We have some bullish divergence here on ETH. The weekly time frame.
Now you're mainstream. Not about truth, it's about the brand. Your heroes rich but don't understand. This ain't about blocks or a white paper quote. It's about who's still clearing the boat. Maxis lie, we verified. Took the orange, then petrified. Said freedom money, what a joke. You beg Wall Street for the yoke. Maxis lie, can't deny. The block space broken, so did pride. We're still here, you're still mad. And deep down it's kinda sad. Talk cypherpunk. You said run your no, but when fees hit 300, your no stop mattering. You said final settlement, but no one settles anymore, they speculate. You said Bitcoin fixes this, but you never asked what broke. Maximalism died, you just never held the funeral. They said it was slow, it's the opposite. Said it was dead, it's the opposite. Called it a copy, it's the opposite. Said no one used it, it's the opposite. They said BTC was scale, it's the opposite. Said fees don't matter, it's the opposite. Said store value, but no one trades. Now Litecoin clears what Bitcoin weighs. They say it's done, it's the opposite. Say it's weak, it's the opposite.
What's up, Aaron? Market in turmoil. I think it looks pretty good. I was still this structure to Doge now even looks more similar here. But I wanted to show again. Is my mic on? Yeah. It's interesting because Litecoin's consolidation structure is way stronger, but we saw this breakout in Zcash. It's not fundamentally supported at all, but Zcash had been leading Litecoin by about 1 to 2 months. So it bottomed before Litecoin here. But this so Litecoin was at, this was July when Zcash bottomed, and it made that initial move up way sooner, right? An initial high before correction was 2 months in advance. But it has the same kind of 1, 2, 3, 4th test of this bottom. Converging trendline before it quickly reversed off the lows. But there's definitely been more accumulation here in Litecoin. The volume profile is far different. And Litecoin's more of an ascending triangle, right? You have more strength. You tried to break 135, like, if you include the wicks, a few times, where Zcash formed significant lower highs and broke out. And it also spent way more time at the highs than Zcash. It got rejected immediately and spent most of the time at the lows. But the structure is so similar, right? First bottom, double bottom here after initial rise. It mirrors. Seems like there's been rotation between these legacy proof of work coins. This led by about a month. As Zcash corrected, Litecoin made the same move about a month, and Zcash pulled back, but retested the top of that trend line here. So that was about 2 months behind. It's between 1 and 2 months. So I think this looks good. Like, still against the rest of the market, Litecoin looks very close now. It's kind of bottoming out. I think it's gonna be similar to here, where it doesn't spend much time at the lows, right? It's honestly even similar right now, right? Like it had that initial move down, a rally up, and it went down and touched the bottom side here, which is what we're doing right now. Even here, right, you had this move down. Litecoin is actually stronger. Initial move down, like quick rally back up to the top of the trend line, then drop, and one more lower low to the bottom side of this trend line before it quickly reversed. And I think we're right here, right here. Again, it led by about a month, and it was a month and a half ago. So the Zcash was at the bottom here. So it's so similar. Can't really rely on fractals, but even the pre-consolidation structure, like the last 4 years, is way more bullish in Litecoin than Zcash.
I don't need a slogan, I need a chain that clears the world without the pain. You max the fee and kill the use. Now talk.
So get ready, friends.
So I moved on, found a lane with no congestion, just honest chain. Like coin ain't loud, but it's alive. Clears my trades, no need to strive. Block space crisis, bids too high.
Even here, right? We're like testing the bottom side. We're going to 2 to 4K shortly after this breaks the highs here. Took about 177 days. We'll get the 9 on the monthly right around the same time frame of this Doge rally. That's what it's gonna look like.
You thought value came from price, but value,
in my opinion. What's up, Nick? Are you ready to come on here? I'm feeling ultra bullish.
Block space crisis, windows gone. Used to move, now just hold on. Say it's digital gold, fine, but don't call it money.
Just hold on for another 4 months.
Chain stood still, Litecoin clear while you chase thrill. You made it scarce, then made it small.
The idea in the large liquidation history happened before Bitcoin Core 30 was released. I don't know if that, I don't think it had, that's more of coincidence, I think. I don't know, maybe. Sorry. I think that was more coincidental.
Locked in the vault, they call it wealth. But no one spends, just flexes stealth. TVL, don't pay your rent. If no one's
Just leaving the office? Alright, yeah, I can do that. Just message me when you're ready. Maybe I'll take a break. Let's check open interest and funding rates. I've been gone all day too, so haven't really looked. It still looks healthy. I haven't moved at all. Basically going sideways at the bottom here. I don't know whether to trust this futures bid and ask delta. Seems like hasn't been a decent signal in the past. But But definitely seeing open interest here, even on the daily time frame, still continue down, is good. If the lows can hold here. Seems like a relatively lower volume retest. And I don't really know what to think about Bitcoin. I don't even think it matters too much. Contrary to what most people think. You can just get sentiment shift from price increase. So close. It's just weird that it's identical. So Zcash move from the bottom was 800% or something. 615. I think we see a stronger move in Litecoin. And retest the all-time high potentially. What's up, Aaron? You're just gonna put your target out there? I think Bitcoin can go back to 95K. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion. I think there's a lot of support here. Should be choppy. I still think, even though this looks like lower time frame distribution, that we could reverse after clearing these lows. We did have a CME gap that I didn't think was going to get filled. That finally did here. But I think this area is pretty significant because we failed to break this narrow range between like 107 and 110 for a long time, so I'd expect quite a bit of support before that it could bounce from before it would just collapse downward. I'm getting annoyed at all the posts from like these CEOs of exchanges saying crypto market cap is 4 trillion, global equity is 100 trillion. Bringing the outdated financial system on chain is a huge opportunity. There's like so many things wrong with this idea. Like what I think is most likely, and if you get tokenized equities, it's just going to be another credit layer on top of the existing financial system. Just like stablecoins are. They're not like replacing banks, they're just having a bank account and then issuing a stablecoin on top. Which is the way this most likely works, just adding another layer of credit. Not even replacing it. But even if it replaced it, that's just an opportunity for people like Coinbase to compete with traditional financial firms like brokerages, clearinghouses, custody. But they run such a shitty exchange and have terrible customer support that if that happened, I think the user experience would be terrible. And what's the upside? Maybe 24/7 trading, but there's so many risks with the global crypto market, like what happened last weekend. And you still need a political system to enforce property rights for stuff that's not natively digital. So I think it's dumb. Like the improvement might be marginal, and the downside risk of it just sucking is high. The real opportunity is in the actual $100 trillion market that cryptocurrencies can compete for. But the giant regulated exchanges can't promote that idea because it competes with the dollar and other fiat currencies. And they're just not going to be allowed to sell those tokens eventually, if that's what's happening. So I think the future is going to be built on decentralized exchanges that are not regulated. That's the only way crypto meets its original value proposition of separating state and money. It'll be a war, not this silly stablecoin and on-chain equity revolution. It seems like they're a company looking for a use case, they built these big casino exchanges, and now they're like, what if that goes away? We need to do something else. It's kind of like how blockchains were looking for a solution to find after they raised a bunch of money. They didn't know what they were doing in the first place. So dumb. Not revolutionary at all. But yeah, let's check out all these pair charts. I think if we can head a little bit higher, keep this parabolic trend intact. We could be here. Break out against everything within the next 4 weeks. And then with the attention, I can't wait to explain to people the true, give them an understanding. There's so much fucking shit marketing out there. Would the solution be allow the system to implode? I think the current financial system for equities is fine. It's really the monetary, like these private companies that manage the existing financial system do their best within the regulatory environment they're given to provide the best value and experience to customers that want to invest with pretty low risk. It's the monetary system that's underneath the TradeFi system that is causing all the distortions. It's not private banks or private financial institutions. I think they're doing the best job they can within the system they're operating in. The problem is the government and the monopolization of money by the government that's creating all this speculation and leverage in the system, right? By manipulating rates lower, by starting QE in 2008-9. That's the core of the issue. And I trust the people, I trust the existing financial brokerages, clearinghouses, custody solutions way more than the crypto guys that were like technologists that built exchanges, that are like software engineers that are now trying to merge into the finance world. You just look at the products that the crypto technology people have built and compare them. I think you need I don't know. To me, there's like not a solution for, like, blockchain is not a solution to really anything outside of money. It just seems like a more slow, expensive database. I bought into the hype for like 2 seconds in 2017 with people trying to do the same thing. But if the chain itself can't secure something, or it can't secure anything in the physical world, you need some political system that will enforce your property rights. A digital network can't do that. Like if someone steals your car, steals your house, or steals your stocks, you have to have people go track it down and recover it for you with guns. That's how credit systems always have worked, even in black markets, right? You borrow some money from on the black market. If you don't pay them back, they come and cut your finger off or something. It's just, but when you have money that's final settlement, the trade happens instantly. There's no promise of future payment. There's no promise of you'll get your asset back. It's just a trade between two people. And so that stuff can be secured without a political entity getting in between. Let's talk about the structural differences. Even though XRP and Zcash pumped, why I think Litecoins will be way, and why I think Litecoins will be way stronger. They both pumped about the same, back to their prior all-time high. XRP's was this compression to me, and long-term consolidation was driven by regulatory uncertainty. It was starting from a relatively high market cap valuation because it rallied so much in 2017. Created so many believers that were adding on dips. But the rally was totally inorganic. It was driven by Trump getting elected and kind of the regulatory uncertainty being cleared up. Its demand catalyst comes solely from external sources, right? Even, I don't think there's any adoption, but even if it was being adopted, it would totally depend on, you know, external banks or governments adopting it. So it's hard to know. You don't have any data on that. And then, even if it was, what's it going to do for the XRP token? I don't see any evidence that the adoption would translate into buy-side demand for the token. So I think it's totally hype and probably goes to zero. Zcash was trailing off in monetary network effects, small cap asset, and this just looks like a mean reversion before eventually more downside. The only sustainable, it's silly because almost everything in crypto is this way. It's back at 5,000 transactions a day. Maybe it gets adopted in the future, but you just don't have any clear catalyst, and there's a slew of privacy coins that have higher network effects. And even if you think the tech is better than everything out there, I wouldn't argue with what the market thinks. So Monero's ahead by like 8x. And even this is relatively tiny. And then Litecoin, same type of structure to both of those. Similarities to both. But the one is starting at 8x lower market cap than XRP did before the breakout. There's a clear catalyst for growth. It has a monetary network effect lead, so above everything else, every other proof of work chain besides BTC. So path for future growth is high. The consolidation, the technical structure, again, is similar to Doge pre-21 rally, pre-2020 rally. The long-term, like 4-year consolidation. And the true narrative is not even remotely understood by 99.9% of people. Nobody, just like nobody expected Litecoin to grow and like other things to be adopted ahead of it. It's like the same sort of, because price hasn't broken out, people just kind of assume the same thing. But the process should continue to happen. Aaron Peter Brandt tweeted out a chart of Arabic coffee futures. I think it's the next silver. The thing about commodities like this is, at some point people just stop consuming coffee or use a substitute, or just drink more tea or something. There's other sources of caffeine, energy drinks. That's what would make me, and I have to understand it fundamentally. Well, why would people, if coffee is now twice as expensive? I don't think it's like deeply that addicting that people would consume it at 4x the price. I think they just stop. But I do think things that people are forced to consume in the commodity world, like oil, natural gas, forms of energy, will eventually go parabolic. And there's no real, like, I would just be bullish the entire energy and food market, like the aggregate indexes, and I want to own companies that produce those things, that already laid out the capital and have the warehouses, manufacturing plants, that where if the price of their underlying commodity rises, they just, you know, have higher profit margins. So I wouldn't try to buy the underlying commodity, I just buy the people that are, the companies that produce them. and stuff that, you know, unlike coffee, people can just stop drinking it, but you have to eat food. You have to buy oil or buy gas for your car, heat your home. Yeah, oil, I don't know, I was telling my friends this in real life that I thought oil would struggle for a long time, because I had a bunch of friends that wanted to invest in oil companies, and they had me sit in these talks, like sales meetings about building out these oil wells, and they're like, we think oil is going to, you know, $150, $200 or something, like back here. And I was like, I doubt that. I think we're headed lower. What makes you confident? He's like, oh, well, my friend that's been right about everything. A veteran in the industry says it's guaranteed. I just said, no, I'm not. But long term, yeah, I think. Unless there's some like technological revolution in the energy markets with uranium or with other forms of energy. Can't imagine a scenario where oil prices don't go a lot higher eventually.
They chase the shine, I watched it fade. They bet on hype.
I think there's so much opportunity in this market long term. It's because of how mispriced everything is. If you have the right correct future idea. You know, after the cycle, I think we will get like 100x rally out of here. But after this, there will be so much opportunity. So I plan on sticking around. This kind of looks like here. We should Litecoin link. Let's get a. This looks weak. Inverted link over Litecoin. You can't see the forest when you're clinging to a branch. You call it innovation, I just call it second chance. When the lights go out and the VCs run, what you're left with is what you run. Yeah. Well, it's like all the speculative assets are going up, and all the. I think we're gonna get rotation eventually, and the idea that, you know, gold is rallying so much in silver, and I know it's predominantly on speculation, it makes me excited for eventually what can happen in the crypto market. Right, gold moved up like more than Bitcoin, multiples of Bitcoin's market cap in a short amount of time. Equity is still crazy high. The real bull market that's coming after the cycle, I think, is in commodities and what I was just talking about. So after this is over, I think I mean, if we get this rally, I'll be rotating, having diversification, and then the 1000x potential upside, speculative plays, maybe call options in TLT. Shorts in Coinbase and MicroStrategy. Building out the true decentralized financial system, that's where the money will be made. Yeah, I know, Jason. It is that, yeah, Litecoin gets disproportionately hated. It's so funny because honestly, this entire space is the same. It's a popularity contest, and Bitcoin's just most popular. But Litecoin gets a ton of hate for no reason. Yeah, meme coins that have terminal values of 0 are like somehow okay. It's just, I think, how psychology works, right? To some, Litecoin is the only real competitor to Bitcoin on the network adoption side. I think it's partly that. But also social like popularity stuff is reflexive too, right? Once someone else likes something, other people like it. I see it all the time in the like fashion world. And people hate on things just because other people hate on them. They don't know why, obviously. So they come up with random reasons like, oh, Charlie sold the top, or sold in 2017. Yeah, Litecoin, what's not promoted at all are, you know, the actual decentralized stuff.
Locked in the vault, they call it wealth, but no one spends, just flexes stealth. TVL, don't pay your rent if no one's moving.
Like true privacy tools that can enable more individual freedom are not talked about. It makes sense. The existing system, regulatory and financial system, doesn't want competition. They want to promote things that increase their power. But all the normies just follow it, and they don't know why. It's like people's political opinions are framed upon, a lot of the time, whatever they hear on TV or in their social circles. You bought the top, now you wait for hope. But I've been sending coins with no rope, no bridges, no airdrops, no points to mine. Just uptime since 2011. I see chains talk, I see blocks stalk. They peak at launch, then barely crawl me while I'm quiet, moving. I don't really care like what coin people buy or speculate on, because I know it nets out to 0, and I don't care about what other people think because I know how monetary network effects work. I know how Bitcoin is designed. I know it can't scale. I know that if macro conditions manifest, that there's a good chance individuals do move into it, and I know exactly how not exactly, but know with high confidence that this trend will just continue. And if Litecoin gets mega pumped like I think it can, and we have fundamental transaction migration, I'll be probably hated again because I'll be switching my stance. They're just getting started. Use it or lose it. Use it or lose it. Blocks don't lie. Shots fade. What You make chocolate pudding out of hot cocoa mix, Aaron? Hell yeah, I want some. Sometimes I get addicted to that stuff. I used to just eat the pudding you buy out of at the grocery store, like Swiss Miss or whatever. We're almost back down to this.
Say something real, they'll turn on you. You thought it was logic, it's theater now.
Retesting this level we broke out of. I think we're pretty close to the bottom.
Then build a church. Now one idea defines your worth. You wear the logo, earn the praise. But what's that coin actually say? Echo, echo, round it goes. Say it back, don't break the flow. Echo, echo, no new view. Say what they say or they'll turn on you. Echo, echo, think you're free. You're just retweeting what they need. Echo, echo, no escape. Truth don't trend, it sits and waits. You post
So yeah, we're at the point.
the crowd reacts. They love the
Kind of like XRP BTC here. Right, this low, bottoming, a rally up, kind of this flattened top and retracement where it tapped the bottom before it reversed. So the confluence here with the Bitcoin pair, we do have bullish CMF divergence on the weekly time frame. Almost on a 9 on the weekly. I think XRP reached an 8. Oh no, not quite. What was the percentage? No. 47%. It was about the same. Just to build another. But truth doesn't echo. It's almost identical. So we have that, the Zcash correlation, the idea that these triangles typically they break out on the 5th attempt, usually 2/3 of the way through. That Litecoin's more ascending, with more significant higher lows here, plus a period of 2 years of 2-3 years of consolidation prior. And I don't see how, if Litecoin is, like if others are about to rally to new all-time highs, and we have a few altcoins outperforming Bitcoin, if Litecoin's the strongest in terms of total percentage gain, how it doesn't attract the most capital. How are you going to convince people? Like usually the market focuses on a few assets. It was XRP last year, Doge in 21, Zcash recently. I don't know why that's going to change. Wild times. Chris, what's up? Can you see the levels of high liquidity lower than 90? What's up, Anthony? Yeah, we can look at that. Gold crushing our souls. I don't know. I think it's good. Like, we have a lot of... like all markets kind of breaking out. We just haven't seen rotation into crypto yet, and I don't think it's going to be broad-based. Maybe it's broad-based all season, but I think we're going to have a few winners. Oh, what was Chris saying? Last Friday's dump really messed up this cycle. I don't know. I think if anything, some people got an insane discount on some coins and most traders got liquidated. I think it's pretty bullish. Nothing really changed for me. There should be a lot of support here for Litecoin. This is right around this 1414, 1618 level. 90 to $85. Have this horizontal area that acted as support previously. Support and resistance, well, really resistance. And then this ascending trend line from this triangular type consolidation. It's possible this breaks down and we reclaim it and then head higher. Or just hold here. These Bitfinex shorts have come off quite dramatically. I wanted to check if there's support underneath where we're at. And probably this level, like $85. Our price held here, where it got rejected here, and rejected back here. If this level fails, I think if we do wick down there, it'll be short-lived. There's no leverage here, really, to liquidate. It would just be spot holder capitulation. Yeah, Litecoin can flip ETH or get really close to it. I think over the long term it does. 2019 levels were 60% of ETH in price. But in terms of market cap, we could look at that. It's got a long way to go. Where's the market cap index? No. It's at 1%. Highest ever got was 30%. Well, except for when ETH launched. Let's look at the full price history of LTC ETH. I think Bitstamp has the longest, right? Maybe it's something else. Well, this looks like 5 wave move down over ETH's entire existence and a breakout and retest. We'll retrace this whole move eventually. But it probably takes just as long. A decade. But yeah, I think there's gonna be a total shift in this market from casino market to monetization. And there's just the only coins that can penetrate the state's monetary monopoly market are ones that can actually allow individuals to resist. And there's very few. So privacy coins and proof of work chains like Bitcoin, the same security model, will do that. It's just Bitcoin's way overvalued on a relative basis to the other proof of work chains. So the opportunity to me is just over the next decade is in proof of work or privacy focused chains with some degree of monetary network effects. I think most people will be onboarded through decentralized exchanges, not centralized, for the proof of work dominance reversion. And what's interesting to me is Bitcoin could still be in a bear market as some of these proof of work altcoins gain momentum. So in the depths of the next bear market, I don't think Bitcoin recovers first. Just like Chainlink went on this monster run starting in 2018. So we'll have to see how it plays out. It depends on how high speculative market takes these prices before the bear market. But if Litecoin just stayed here and then we started transitioning from casino market to monetary market, it could just slowly grind up. But I think what's more likely is this moons and then we have a bear market. We did have a 9, 13, 9, 13, 9. And a breakout and retest. $23,000% move back to the highs. Pretty crazy move in gold. About 100% since it seems so much crazier on the chart, but it's 2x'd from October of 2020 highs. The chart looks crazy, but percentage gain has been 100%. Yeah. I don't know, if I don't understand the fundamental story or don't see the potential, I just wasn't interested in it. Well, I'd probably hold some instead of cash. But I think people are still more likely to take cash than gold and silver coins. I think if you tried to reintroduce metals, people would be super confused and be like, I don't know if this is real or not. What's up, Jose? Let's play some different music here.
Yeah. It's that part where nobody talking, but you still hear it breathing. Pressure don't make a sound till it cracks out. Yeah. Yeah. Whole market been holding his call. Ain't dead, just pause. Like God, his style. Everybody left when it got too calm. I stayed, I learned what quiet cost. Yeah, ain't no hype, just hums in the basement. Block stack slow like patience. Charge flat line, but my faith in it. I'm used to the room getting vacant. They laugh when you build and the drop till they need what you build to get out. Pressure don't warn you, it whispers. One tick, then the whole thing flips. Now I've been tucked in the calm too long. Yeah, can feel the wall start singing songs. Yeah, they don't see heat till it fall they lands. They don't see the flash till it's gone. Yeah, pressure point, we close. Whole world leaning on his post. You can call it still, I call it low. Oh, 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 oh. Quiet, don't be froze. They scroll past proof like ads. Call faith delusion. Call time sad, but time stack stats. I watch the math and pressure build when nobody asks. Yeah. So yeah, keep saying it's over. That's cool. Even the grave can hold breath before the shoulder twitch. Pressure point, and the twitch just hit.
ETH actually looks relatively stronger than most altcoins. When is this government shutdown going to end?
Everyone's watching the wrong chart.
Polymarket thinks the end of the month.
They stare at the surface. Numbers dancing, candles flickering, thinking that's where truth lives. But the signal's not there. It never is. The movement they're chasing was written somewhere else first, in structure, in imbalance, in the core. Everyone was trained to believe didn't matter. They mistake stillness for death, they mistake noise for proof. But the real chart, the one that matters, ain't the one they screenshot. It's the one underneath, the one no one tracks.
So Litecoin is a fork of Bitcoin? Well, not really a fork. Like it doesn't, it has its own Genesis block, so it's not like Bitcoin Cash where, you know, it has part of the Bitcoin BTC chain history. It's just another Bitcoin chain.
This shift, it isn't a pump.
I actually don't know. Doge, I think,
it's a permanent structural change
also had its own Genesis block.
All at once.
And I don't know. It's just not. There's not that much demand for Bitcoin itself, so it's going to be impossible for all these other chains to really exist.
And by the time they see it,
Litecoin's the only. Litecoin's the second. Right? And so far, there's evidence that we have demand for two on the monetary side. Speculative market's way out of whack, but like. Dogecoin doesn't have much adoption. Bitcoin Cash still same thing. I mean, median transaction values of $4 and it has 28,000 transactions.
Time don't move, it loads. Built from pressure, that code don't show. 8 years deep, not a calm explode. Hand steady while a thesis grows. They call that a break. I call that sync. I see their walls starting to shrink. Charts twitch first before the systems know. Now you hear compression, it's the show. Every pause was fuel in disguise. Every doubt was proof I was right. Now they watching frames realign. I see it's collapse in a blink of an eye. It was never chance, it was cash. Pressure cooking symmetry.
We'll see if Litecoin can find its strength again.
It was never chance, it was cash. Years stacked in vacancy. No countdown, no warning sign. Just boom, compressed time. Yeah. You can't rush ignition, you wait for air. Whole world built on the myth.
It does look better than when it dropped here and consolidated. Right?
Now they all stare.
Open interest was really high here. And then we had this move down. We're already down to this level now. Back here when we were at a similar price. And same with this period. We are lower. And funding rates are a lot lower. Harley Lee, what's up? Thoughts on Ondo? I don't know anything about it. I've been solely focused on things that it's hard to, take the time to understand how Bitcoin works. And I saw an opportunity in the second Bitcoin chain, and I've just been focused on that. So everything else,
Not tonight.
I've sort of,
Not last month.
I don't know, I've just focused my attention.
You didn't see the spark because
On a sole idea. Is we going lower tonight, DJ?
It burns.
I don't really have an opinion on the short-term time frames.
Under pressure. They kept asking, when's it gonna happen?
Maybe.
But it ain't already in motion. Like every delay wasn't part of the burn. The longer the fuse.
I know there weren't people here earlier, but I think
And I needed it long. Needed it long.
what's most likely here is kind of following Zcash's path because it has been trailing
Needed every inch of silence. Just
pretty
so I could
pretty
breathe.
identically since the start of the formation of this triangle.
I
It's
call
been
it
about,
architecture.
I don't know, 1 to 2 months behind.
Each year, another layer of smoke under the
Zcash
floor.
bottomed like 30 days before
Pushed
Litecoin
out.
did. Rallied up
Another inch of powder line in the path. 8 years of burn.
30, 60 days ahead of it.
8
Started
years of baby
correcting,
days.
same thing.
8 years if you fell off. I didn't fall.
So Litecoin's been way stronger,
I was
staying
following
longer at the
fuse.
highs.
Now, listen close. That sound you hear ain't time running out. It's truth catching up. The fuse is gone now.
I think what we just did
All
was
that's
this
left
move here.
Is what it was leading to.
Or here. I think we'll put in a low pretty soon
They keep talking
and come
like
back
it's sudden.
to the
Like I
highs
ain't
here.
at the blast radius, 5 winners back. Like I ain't right to cold, bury it under their arrogance. You don't set that nation, you you schedule it. Yeah, this ain't love, it's latency. Every L was latency. Watch the noise, took notes on the symmetry. Now the pattern hums back at me. Perfect pitch, perfect timing. They busy guessing, I'm reminded. I ain't chased nothing, I designed it. All these charts look random till you wide in the frame. All these kings look safe till you light up the chain. Pressure never broke me, baked me. They thought it was quiet, I was calibrated. Every pause, a pin in the map. Now the room glow white, detonate.
What I think Litecoin's gonna do.
They thought it was quiet, I was calibrated.
I had the same idea forever, but I think it's gonna be nearly vertical.
8 years of still hands, one line of code. You can hear the hum if you ever slow.
Retest the all-time highs.
I just fed the truth to the circus smoke. They love to worship what they don't use. Talk conviction, can't pay dues. I don't shout, I let proof move. Now the walls echo what I drew. Pressure never broke me, baby. They thought it was quiet, I was calibrated. Every pause.
Stop Ragnarok.
Now the room glow white, detonate.
Lit stock is disappointing. Yeah, I never would own
Thought it was quiet, I was calibrated.
the treasury companies.
Now the room glow white, detonation.
You're just taking on more risk.
It don't heal it.
It worked once with MicroStrategy,
You can't rush ignition.
then it literally failed like everywhere else. Maybe Metaplanet, or there's one other that succeeded. But you take on way more risk.
When it finally talks.
You're exposed to the company's risk. You could get your shares diluted.
Detonation.
Alright, what else should we look at, guys?
Yeah. They keep talking like it's sudden, huh? Like I ain't mapped the blast radius 5 winners back. Like I ain't write the code, bury it under they.
But I feel like all that marketing is useless over the long term, because
This ain't luck, it's latency.
if you're marketing just the speculative side, they're just holding for higher prices and eventually will sell.
Now the pattern hums back faithfully.
So I don't really care about marketing to
The guessing, I'm just reminded.
people who aren't going to be long-term users of the chain. You need a target market. Like focus your marketing on places and people that will actually adopt the money for its underlying value prop, not based on price going up. Because that's like negative marketing. You're gonna spend all this money marketing to people that will eventually sell it anyways. And all Sailor's marketing has been to like institutional speculators. They'll all leave. I think it's a big waste of time. Just like I think all the white market adoption, Lightning Network, credit layers, merchant processing tools, are just short term good for price, but long term a waste of time. Let's check wave basis. Holding is a use. I don't know, but why are they holding, right? I think after the introduction of state money, people thought, monies attract a monetary premium because of belief, but it's not true. In times before that, monetary premiums came to the money that had the best traits, I would just rank them on cost scores, but that were the most efficient on all these different subsets of characteristics. And then after they prove themselves in the marketplace, and you know, there's this expected future demand for the money that people would have, then the monetary premiums came and velocity went down.
On the flash phase, you see what was always there. Yeah. Pressure made light made silent.
Because if you just convince a bunch of people to hold a meme coin, eventually people will realize, like, why am I holding this? What's the future expected value of this thing? If it's 0, then all the holders turn into sellers. And I think that's what's going to happen to Bitcoin. It doesn't matter what you say, it's not going to change what it does or its value prop. No matter how you market it, it is what it is. And if successful on its own, sure, it will become a stable store of value. And because there's this future expected demand that people will take it for payment, like for their stuff. Otherwise, we're just talking about bubble and greater fool theory. And it's hard because we've been in a bubble for so long that there's these like correlations that people have noticed that think will hold true forever, like inflation and Bitcoin price. Just won't.
It wasn't waiting, it was fuel. The detonation wasn't destruction, it was remove. Was that blow? And so still light in the low, still proving the code. Every scar lit this show, every end just replay.
So
When it's gone, that's how I know.
if you use Bitcoin as a unit of account, suddenly it changes. Well, if you're actually spending it, and not indirectly, like selling dollars and then spending it, then sure, yeah, but you're limited by the ability for you to transact with it because of fees. So it has this limit on its like future demand profile. There's only X number of people that can use it. And if people should have choices on decentralized exchanges, what chain they want to settle on. And they will pick based on how much security they need and what they're willing to pay for that security. There's no other way. I mean, we haven't been in a... I feel like we're at the end stages of a fiat system where we're like end stage of a credit cycle. Where there's a lot of illusions present that seem convincing and believable.
Let's begin.
I don't know, maybe I could be wrong, but that's my opinion. I have to think about it from my own understanding, from the first principles. As the Bitcoin price goes down and then, you know, chops around sideways for 5 years, I think that belief dies. So then what the only thing that can pull you out of the disbelief phase, like that Litecoin's in, it's like the fundamentals of a company too, right? Like Amazon was a really good example of this after the .com bubble. Like Amazon post.com bubble, it was really tough for it to break out of this similar kind of structure that Litecoin's in on the lower time frames. The profit margins of the company were improving dramatically, its market size was expanding. like its total market share. But it was tough for it to overcome the negative reflexivity and psychology until it grew far enough that the fundamentals pushed price. Fundamentals plus inflation, I guess. But it was similar, right? A consolidation structure that lasted 2,600 days.
Even the grave can hold breath before the shoulder twitch. Pressure point.
Like Litecoin's has been longer. But the fundamentals have improved substantially, and the future expected demand for me is extremely high. I think
everyone's watching the wrong chart. They stare at the surface.
I think it's like buying Bitcoin $700 or some $400.
Candles flickering, thinking that's where truth lives. But
So I know the popular view is to treat this like a cycle. If we get a blow off, then yeah, I would sell it. But if not, I don't think there's any reason.
They're chasing was written
you could hold it forever.
First, in structure, in imbalance, in the core. Everyone was trained to believe didn't matter. They mistake stillness for death. They mistake noise for proof. But the real chart, the one that matters, ain't the one they screenshot.
Yeah, I agree with this idea. I don't know, his technical analysis aligns with my fundamental understanding.
The story's already been told, just not where they're looking. And when the break comes, they'll call it unpredictable. It's the opposite. This shift, it isn't a pump. It's a permanent structural change that'll reverberate everywhere, all at once. A move too deep for traders beyond the house's vision. Built between the lines, not above them. And by the time they see it, it won't be a chart anymore. It'll be law.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things that could potentially happen on the macro side, right? You could finally see demand for, like much higher demand to take custody of Bitcoin, right? Something that's doesn't have counterparty risk that you can take possession of, kind of similar to gold, but it's easier to do so. And even that demand, people withdrawing their coins or taking possession, would force transactional demand to Litecoin.
Every pause was fuel in disguise. Every doubt was proof I was right. Now they watching frames realign. I see it's collapse in a blink of an eye. It was never chance, it was cash. Pressure cooking symmetry. Hold the line, compress time. Whole arc hit instantly. It was never chance, it was cash. Years stacked in vacancy. No countdown, no warning sign. Just boom, compressed time. Yeah. You can't rush ignition, you wait for air. Whole world built on the myth of fear. I just sat still to the math aware, then I press play. Now they all stare. This ain't flash, this depth ain't hype, this breath. All those winners, interest left. Now it's time that paying itself. Every second stretched and snap. Every fall start line the map. Every loss just tighten the gap. Now look, everything overlap. It was never chance, it was casual. Pressure cooked in symmetry. Hold the line, compress time. Whole arc hit instant.
We might be waiting for a while. I don't think so. I think we're gonna see some rotation from other markets with people that have major profits. It takes so little money. Or if gold can move up multiples of Bitcoin's market cap in a few months, just a small rotation can push Bitcoin price. That would drag the whole crypto market up. And Litecoin has this fundamental catalyst that's unique to the whole crypto market.
The fuse is lit 8 years ago.
Yeah, platinum is 1/3 the price, and its market cap is way lower.
Not last month.
Yeah, it's based on this historical bias, and I think misunderstanding of monetary history. I think gold will somehow be remonetized.
Don't flash.
But it's kind of worthless
Lights before the
if we just have another gold reserve thing, where we just have a
burn.
state money run the show.
How to breathe under pressure.
And gold is not that useful.
They kept asking, when's it gonna happen? It ain't already in motion. Like every delay wasn't part of the burn. The longer the fuse, the bigger the detonation.
The longer the fuse, the bigger the detonation, friends. The longer the consolidation, the more likely this goes extremely vertical. And Litecoin has the longest consolidation of anything, with the narrowest range on the higher time frames.
You call it failure.
Even XRP's consolidation prior was not as compressed.
Each year, another layer of smoke under the floor. Each doubt, another inch of powder line in the path. 8 years of burn, 8 years of maybe later. 8 years if you fell off. I didn't fall. I was following the fuse. Now, listen close.
Yeah, anything that can be inflated away. I also think that just because of the dollars and fiat money's network effects, that after this speculative cycle, there's going to be,
The fuse is gone now.
most of the assets that rally on the narrative of it can't be printed will fall against the dominant monies, which is fiat money today. Dollars, the most dominant. It's hard to imagine. They won't break away. They will rally on those narratives, but then
They keep talking like it's sudden.
when people actually need to pay their bills,
Like I ain't mapped the blast radius 5
they're
on
still
this
going to
back.
be using
Like I
dollars.
ain't write the code, bury it under their arrogance.
I think
You don't set detonation, you schedule it.
it's going to be really chaotic and kind of scary.
This ain't love, it's latency. Every L
And
is
people won't
latency.
be encouraged to
Watch the
leave
noise, took notes on the
system
symmetry.
until this final round of QE just destroys trust and credibility
They busy guessing,
and
I
has
combine
real
it.
consequences.
I ain't chased nothing, I designed it. All these charts look random to
Just
you,
imagine
hide in
falling
the frame. All these
financial
kings
asset
look
prices
safe
and
to
rising
hide
real
in the
inflation,
chain.
right? This
Pressure
bubble
never
pops.
goes, you fake me. They thought it
You
was
have one of the worst
quiet,
corrections ever while cost of living rises. People are gonna feel so much more poor. Right? I think people in crypto understand that, right? You can see a 90% drop, but it's not like your cost of living went down. Went up.
Not a room glow white, detonation. 8 years of still hands, one line of code. You can hear the hum if you ever slow. Whole system built on borrowed hope. I just fed the truth to the circus smoke. They love to worship what they don't use. Talk conviction can't pay dues. I don't shout, I let proof move. Now the walls echo what I drew. Pressure never broke me, baby. They thought it was quiet, I was calibrated. Every pause, a pin in the map. Now the room glow white, detonation. Pressure never broke me, baby. They thought it was quiet, I was calibrated. Every pause, a pin in the map. Now the room glow white, detonation. Funny thing about time, it don't heal it home. You can't rush ignition, you just wait for the etiquette. They thought collapse, I call it long. This is what patience sounds like when it finally talks.
ETH on bounce volume broke down.
Detonation.
Like when it's still holding a higher low and on bounce volume from where it was at last time. It was at this price level. Just we had this weird liquidation event, so it's hard to.
They keep talking like it's sudden, huh? Like I ain't mapped the blast radius 5 winners back. Like I ain't write the code, bury it under their arrogance. You don't set detonation, you schedule it. This ain't luck, it's latency. Every year was latency. Took the noise, drew symmetry. Now the pattern hums back faithfully. Perfect pitch, perfect timing. They guessing I'm just reminded. Never chase nothing, I designed it. Zoom out, see alignment. Charts look random till you wide in the frame. Kings look safe till you light up the chain. Whole run coded inside my pain. Every delay just fuel for the flame. Pressure never broke me, baked me. They thought it was quiet, I was calibrated. Every pause, a pin in the map. Now the room glow white, detonate. Pressure never broke me, baked me. They thought it was quiet, I was calibrated. Every pause,
XRP looks a lot weaker.
8 years of still hands, one line of code. You can hear the hum if you ever slow. Whole system built on borrowed hope. I just fed the truth to the circus smoke. They love to worship what they don't use. Talk conviction, can't pay dues. I don't shout, I let proof move. Now the walls echo what I drew.
Finance.
Pressure never broke me, baby. They thought it was quiet, I was calibrated. Every pause, pin in the map. Now the room glow white, detonation. Pressure never broke me, baby. They thought it was quiet, I was calibrated. Every pause, pin in the map. Now the room glow white, detonation. Funny thing about time, it don't heal it home. You can't rush ignition, you just wait for the etiquette. They thought collapse, I call it long. This is what patience sounds like when it finally talks. Detonation. Detonation. Yeah. When the flash fades, you see what was always.
Oh, can I turn my mic input volume? I'll just turn down the music a bit.
Pressure made light, light made silence. Now I'm left with both a calm that came from violence. The walls still carved with what was said.
Do we bottom? I think pretty soon, yeah.
Turn it up. Feel this rise. One line. Just one line. I like the point. I like the point. I like
We just need to show strength. Continue this move that we started before the crazy liquidation event against alts. Probably take, I think it'd probably take, yeah, like a decade. Because the market has to totally shift from gambling to like, oh shit, maybe I need this money to survive. Or to save their quality of life. That's why I think it, you know, speculation is actually, it's bad for the long-term health. So Bitcoin leading now in the casino, to me, seems really bad for its long-term future. Why wouldn't people just adopt Litecoin if the price risk isn't there? Like the downside risk isn't as great. And then you get the same exact security model. At some point, because it takes so much more money to drive Bitcoin higher than Litecoin, you should see negative reflexivity and people leaving, capitulating out of Bitcoin, staying in crypto. For Litecoin, you just have to move the needle at the margins. Yeah, people don't know about MWeb. People don't even know about Litecoin. People don't know about Bitcoin. But yeah, the world is gonna be a weird place over the next 5 years. This is weird.
But we seem to have lost focus and vision, to have lowered our sights and let systems and structures and bureaucracies muddle us along. But we are capable of so much more. Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated, cause things to grow and improve productivity.
Interesting. Newest Charlie interview? We can watch. Oh shit, that's loud.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Web3 Deep Dive Podcast. I'm your host, Rachel Wolfson. Today I've got a great interview lined up. I'm speaking with Charlie Lee. He is the creator of Litecoin, one of the top performing cryptocurrencies on the market. So this is a really exciting interview, and we talk all about Litecoin, we talk about Bitcoin, we talk about what's next for the future, we talk about AI, we go into all of it.
Sorry.
Charlie is just so knowledgeable, and I can't wait for you guys to listen to this interview because it really is very, very interesting, especially if you are passionate or want to know more about Litecoin. Before getting started with today's interview, I also want to take the time to thank Roxham TV for letting us film today's interview at this beautiful studio here in San Francisco. This is wonderful to be here, especially, you know, when doing an in-person. It is an honor to have you here.
Now, I got in in 2011. That's when I first heard about Bitcoin and Satoshi Nakamoto. Bought my first Bitcoin back then, and then in late 2011, I created Litecoin and launched it as an alternative currency to Bitcoin. Called it silver to Bitcoin's gold, and it kind of just took off from there.
So when you found out about Bitcoin, and you were very early, that's awesome. What made you decide that you wanted to launch Litecoin? I mean, did you think that Bitcoin wasn't enough and there needed to be something different, or, you know, what was your plan there?
It didn't really have much of a plan. It was kind of just experimenting with the code and just kind of doing a fun side project. So didn't really expect much from it. I have a computer science background, so I was able to kind of look at the code and understand it. And since Bitcoin was open source, fork it and create Litecoin. So made some few changes, launched as a new coin, and kind of position it as a coin complementing Bitcoin. So never saw it really as competing with Bitcoin. And yeah, I didn't expect too much from it. So, and it became really successful, and I guess the rest is history,
right?
So they say.
And Litecoin was, you created it in 2014, is that correct?
2011.
Oh, 2011, okay,
Yeah.
Got it.
So I found out about Bitcoin, kind of got into Bitcoin in April-May timeframe of 2011, and then in October I launched Litecoin.
Okay, so now correct me if my math is wrong here, but it's the 14th anniversary of Litecoin this year?
Correct. October 13, 2011 is when I launched it.
Okay.
So 2025 will be the 14th anniversary. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a very long-standing cryptocurrency. I mean, this is not like something you created yesterday. This is years and years old.
I mean, Litecoin is the second longest running cryptocurrency, second to Bitcoin.
Got it.
Yeah. Even earlier than XRP or Ethereum or anything else you have out there.
That's saying a lot. We'll get into that in a bit, but I want to go back to your background really quick. If you can elaborate on just like how you got interested in crypto, and I mean, and you were also at Coinbase for a little bit, right?
Yeah, I joined Coinbase in 2013. So this was after obviously launching Litecoin. Yeah, so in 2011, my first kind of exposure to Bitcoin was reading an article on Slashdot about Silk Road, the darknet marketplace, how it only accepted Bitcoin as its currency. And I got really interested in Bitcoin. The fact that it's kind of a better currency than US dollar. It works better as money than US dollar, and it's kind of very similar to gold because there's like mining, there's a fixed supply. Nobody controls the supply, like no company or government can print more Bitcoin, and the fact that it's decentralized. So it really like resonated with me.
Okay, and so then you founded Litecoin. How does someone go about finding or creating a cryptocurrency? Like, I'm just curious to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so there were, actually before Litecoin, there were about a dozen other altcoins that people have experimented with. They don't exist anymore today. But back then, people were experimenting with different things like faster transactions, different mining algorithms. The only problem with all these other altcoins, and I think the reason why they don't exist today, is because they were launched with pre-mined. They weren't launched very fairly, and basically the creator printed a lot of coins for himself or herself, and then launched a coin. And if the coin became successful, then he or she would become really rich because they have a lot of coins stashed away, right? So I saw this as something that was not cool for a cryptocurrency. You want it to be fair. You want everyone to have the same chance as the creator or a team that was behind it. Nobody has an unfair chance. And I think one of the reasons why Litecoin succeeded is because of that, because it was launched fairly. I was one of the first miners, but along with like 1,000 other miners, like on day one, just mining coins, mining blocks. And I didn't have any unfair advantage. I didn't pre-mine a lot of coins beforehand. So because of that, people trusted the coin, that they support something that is fair, decentralized, and for the people, and not just for one person or one group.
I see. So just with that in mind, what is the goal behind Litecoin? Like when you created it and launched it, what was the original goal there? And I mean, how does that complement, I guess, if that's the right word, Bitcoin or Ethereum, or because you said they're not competing?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So one of the major differences between Litecoin and Bitcoin is that it's faster. The transactions are 4 times faster. And that's kind of just a little tweak in the code, but it makes a big difference in real world transactions. So one example I like to give, which is what I've experienced before creating Litecoin, is back in 2011, it was actually kind of hard to buy Bitcoin. There was one major exchange called Mt. Gox that's located in Japan. You had to kind of do some KYC with them, wire your money to a foreign bank in Japan, and you don't really know, like, it seems kind of shady, and then you get your US dollar on exchange, and you buy the coin, and then you withdraw from the exchange. So it's kind of not easy for a normal person to do. So a lot of Bitcoin transactions happened in kind of person to person. So there was a website called Local Bitcoins, I believe, where, so I wouldn't recommend doing this today, right? Like buying Bitcoin with someone you don't know in person may be quite risky today. But back then the community was really small. There weren't people trying to rob you of your coins. There weren't like really scammers out there because it's kind of just an experimental currency. So using Local Bitcoins, I was able to find buyers in my area or sellers who have coins in my area, meet them in person in like at a McDonald's or Starbucks, and I'd give them cash and they would give me coins. So it almost feels like a drug deal, right? But the issue was, with Bitcoin, transactions are at 10 minutes to confirm, and you don't really want to trust someone you don't know with an unconfirmed transaction. So I would wait there for confirmation before I would hand over the cash or before we would leave, right? So they're all very friendly. Like nobody's really trying to scam anyone, but still I don't want to risk it, right? So on average it's 10 minutes, but sometimes it takes, at worst case, it takes like over an hour. So I've had instances where I'm sitting there talking to someone, a random stranger I just met, for like an hour at a Starbucks or at a McDonald's, just waiting for a confirmation. And it was just not very fun. So that was one of the things I think Satoshi was very conservative with in terms of the block, the kind of the how long it takes for blocks to confirm. The reason why it takes some time is you can't do like really quick confirmations because of the decentralization nature of Bitcoin. If it confirms too quickly, mining will be very inefficient because there will be miners on one end of the world mining blocks and building on top of a block a chain that could get wiped out by another longer chain. So it gets very technical, but because of the inefficiency, you want longer block times. But 10 minutes is quite long. Like it would require a network split of like that long for something like 10-minute blocks to really affect things. So with Litecoin, I decided to experiment with something faster. So I chose like 4 times faster than Bitcoin, 2.5-minute block speeds, and then also because of that, I made it so that the total number of coins mined is 4 times as many. So Bitcoin has at most 21 million coins at the end. Litecoin will have 84 million, and kept most of the things the same. Especially the kind of the reward schedule. Every 4 years it halves, just like Bitcoin. And yeah, so Litecoin is positioned to kind of be silver, something that's easier to transact with lower transaction fees, faster block times, and kind of a cheaper currency.
Got it. So would you say that Litecoin was created for payments, for transactions, like to buy coffee or something, or was it created to hodl?
Yeah, so the analogy with silver and gold is very apt. So like people used to like hodl gold, like keep it as a store, like a store of wealth, but then they would use silver in everyday transactions. This was way back when. So similarly, we see people actually using Litecoin even more than Bitcoin. Like on the most popular crypto payment processor, BitPay, every month they release stats, and Litecoin is consistently the #1 used cryptocurrency, more than Bitcoin, more than Ethereum, more than all the stable coins. It's because it's fast and easy to use.
What can you use Litecoin for? Because, I know that there are some places in SF or other parts of the world you can buy coffee with Bitcoin.
Yep.
I wouldn't do that, but some people would. So, like, what can you buy using Litecoin and where? I mean, can you buy real estate with it? Some people are using Bitcoin to buy real estate.
Yeah. I am not. I don't know if anyone has used Litecoin to buy real estate. So for like larger transactions, like we're talking about like hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, Bitcoin is still kind of the coin people would use for those things, because Bitcoin is more secure than Litecoin, right? So you would have to wait for like a long time to make sure Litecoin the transaction is secure with Litecoin, longer than Bitcoin. But with smaller transactions like buying coffee or small things, Litecoin is used quite often. Like BitPay is a payment processor. They support a lot of websites, a lot of stores. They make it easy for merchants to accept cryptocurrency and not worry about the technical aspects of cryptocurrency. They receive cryptocurrency, BitPay converts it to the local fiat, whether it's US dollar, whether it's pesos or anything, and the merchant just gets the fiat currency that they expect. So it makes it easy, whereas the customer can use any of the supported cryptocurrencies.
Got it. Okay. Interesting. So, like, would you say that you're happy to see people spending Litecoin as a form of payment?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's kind of designed to be used by people to just pay for things.
Okay.
Right? One of the key things about cryptocurrency and why I originally think it was kind of very interesting is that it's kind of one of the best form of money that our humans as civilization has come across. Right? We used whatever, seashells, gold, silver, fiat currency. But the main kind of idea is store of wealth and also means of exchange, right? You want something that would keep the value, right? Keep value over time, and also something that you can exchange, you can send to someone to exchange for goods and services, right? So those are the two most important things for money, and Bitcoin achieves that, like does that really well. Litecoin also, but Litecoin does the payments part better because it's cheaper and faster, cheaper to send and faster for confirmations. So it's easier to use. Yeah, so those are the kind of the thing that makes Litecoin really good and useful.
How did you, when you created Litecoin, like how did you ensure that the transactions would be faster and cheaper? I mean, was it that Lightning Network was integrated early into Litecoin? But yeah, just kind of talk about that.
Yeah, so Litecoin on-chain transactions are faster and cheaper because of the changes I made with the code. So making the block times faster. So there are trade-offs, right? So it's not strictly better than Bitcoin. The security is lower on Litecoin. There are, in terms of like total amount of value of miners protecting the coin, right, Bitcoin is still the king. It still has more kind of dollar protecting the currency, but you don't really need that for small payments, right? You're not concerned about someone reversing your $5 coffee purchase. So with Litecoin, the security is good enough. And yeah, so there are trade-offs. And then speaking of Lightning was something that that was first proposed for Bitcoin. It's a way where you can do faster, cheaper transactions on a layer 2 on top of Bitcoin. So Bitcoin main on-chain transaction would be layer 1. Layer 2 would be something that kind of you collate all the transactions together and only broadcast one big transaction when you need to. So it would require less space on the blockchain and also require less fees because you're collating everything. And Lightning is something that does that. What happened with Lightning was that there was some pushback from miners. They didn't want to support Lightning for various political reasons, and maybe they were afraid of losing kind of the transaction fees that they were getting. So because of how there's some centralization of mining pools, so mining should be very decentralized. Like anyone can run a miner that would mine Bitcoin and Litecoin, but they would all pool together using mining pools to mine a coin. And the pools, unfortunately, had kind of some concentration of power, and they were able to kind of dictate the direction of Bitcoin, where they kind of would block an upgrade that would support Lightning Network. So what Litecoin was able to do was I kind of saw that Litecoin could actually help in this aspect, where Litecoin being kind of very similar to Bitcoin, some people call it a testnet of Bitcoin, because you can really test real-world transactions on Litecoin before you actually deploy on Bitcoin. So I was able to kind of activate the upgrade on Litecoin that supported Lightning Network before Bitcoin to kind of prove that it works. So there was a lot of like FUD about how once this upgrade happens that people can just steal coins from Lightning Network nodes, and just a lot of things that are hard to disprove, but people were afraid of it. But once it launched on Litecoin, and there were actually real Lightning Network transactions on Litecoin showing that the coins are actually safe, that nobody can steal from it, it really helped push, kind of help clear out the narrative of Lightning Network being bad. And that really helped Bitcoin activate the upgrade that would help Lightning Network.
So that means that Litecoin used the Lightning Network before Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I did one of the first transactions of Lightning Network on Litecoin, sending Litecoin over Lightning Network to prove that it works.
Got it.
Yeah.
Were there any other instances where you proved that something worked and then like another major like Bitcoin or Ethereum adopted that, or?
I mean, showing that like fast block times work is something that a lot of coins copied. One of the few features we add to Litecoin that Bitcoin doesn't have is something called MWeb, which adds privacy and fungibility to Litecoin. So the reason why we did this is because fungibility is one of the major feature of money that Bitcoin doesn't have. Like Bitcoin is great for everything in terms of money except for fungibility. And fungibility is the idea that every coin is equal to every other coin. So let's take money for example, like cash for example. If I go to a store and I pull out a $20 bill, it doesn't matter which $20 bill I pull out, it acts the same, right? The store would accept it no matter which one I pull out. It can be an old one, it can be a new one. And that's really important for money, right? You don't have to pick and choose which is better money than which other coin, right? But unfortunately with Bitcoin and Litecoin previously, is that every coin is kind of unique because it has its own history, because the blockchain is public. So because of that, merchants can discriminate against certain transactions. So one example is an exchange may not like that you use a darknet marketplace. So if the coin came from a darknet marketplace, they can figure it out and say, I've seen this happen. They would ban you as a customer because they don't want to service you. They're afraid of the government saying like doing something about it, right? So whether it's money laundering or just anything that is deemed inappropriate. So that makes it like not great form of money, right? If money can be discriminated, can have blacklist or red list, it's not great, right? So fungibility is very important. So at Litecoin, we worked on this feature MWeb, which adds a layer on top of Litecoin that makes coins more fungible, more private. So when I send coins to you, nobody except for you and I can see how much I sent you. So this way, like if I got paid in Litecoin, if my salary was in Litecoin, people can't figure out how much I made. Whereas if everything is on the public blockchain, if I sent you some Litecoins, you can actually look at my transactions and look at my wallet and try to figure out how much coins I own, how much I got paid. And that's not great for fungibility and privacy. So I think something like this is very, very needed for money, and that's what we added to Litecoin. And it's not on Bitcoin yet. Bitcoin doesn't have this privacy fungibility upgrade.
So would that make Litecoin a privacy coin as well? In a sense, but it's also opt-in. Like, okay, people can use Litecoin without needing to know anything about MWeb. And most exchanges support Litecoin and don't care about MWeb. Like if you have coins on the MWeb side of things and you want to sell it, you would just peg out back to the main chain, send it to the exchange, and sell the coins. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, shifting gears a little bit. Let's talk about institutional interest for Litecoin, because we're seeing that kind of grow right now. So I want to get your thoughts on that. I mean, are you excited to see that institutions are adopting Litecoin?
Yeah, I mean, if you asked me this like many years ago, like when I launched Litecoin, or even Bitcoin, nobody cared about institutional adoption, right? It's more about retail and just general adoption. But today, we're seeing a lot more institutional adoption on Bitcoin, obviously, and also on Litecoin. There's demand for kind of treating Litecoin as an asset class to be able to invest in this asset and have exposure in Litecoin without having to have their own wallet and keep track of Litecoin, have a company or like an ETF take care of all of that, and we see a lot of demands for that. So yeah, recently we launched a company now called Light Strategy that is focused on Litecoin as treasury. Yeah, there was a $100 million investment into the company that we used to buy Litecoin, to hold it and also to make use of it. And yeah, so it's very, very exciting space.
And that's the first publicly listed company that has a Litecoin treasury.
In the U.S.
In the U.S.
There's also one in Canada. I mean, I'm sure there are other companies all over the world that's doing something similar. But this is the first one in the U.S. that is listed on NASDAQ that has a big amount of Litecoin in their treasury.
Can you elaborate on that? I mean, and I don't want this to sound silly, but I want our listeners and myself even to better understand the point behind and the goal behind these treasuries, like these cryptocurrency treasuries like Litecoin and Bitcoin. I mean, I want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's a way for people to have exposure in Litecoin without needing to know the technical aspect of kind of holding your currency, having a wallet, or getting a hardware wallet. So it takes care of all of that. So it's a stock that's listed on NASDAQ. So it's very easy for anyone to just buy that stock and have exposure to Litecoin. And it's also different from like a pure play Litecoin ETF, which is something that is in the works for a while now. And I think because of the government shutdown recently, it's kind of been delayed. It was supposed to launch like very soon, but the shutdown kind of affected things. But the ETF is something else that also helps with this aspect, where anyone can buy the stock on a brokerage, on a regular brokerage, and be able to have exposure to Litecoin.
Why are we, because I know you said that it's coming soon, this Litecoin ETF, and it was delayed because the government shut down. But why are we starting to see more crypto ETFs emerge now, and are you excited about that?
Yeah, I think it's just Bitcoin and Ethereum started first, right? Last year, the year before. The idea is that cryptocurrencies is a new asset class, right? So people want exposure to that. So ETFs make it even easier for people to buy and have exposure to Bitcoin, Ethereum, and now potentially in the future Litecoin, without having to worry about storing their Litecoins and safekeeping it and handling all that transactions and buying it on exchange. So the ETF and also the Litecoin asset treasury company, Light Strategy, also does something similar.
Okay, so I want to talk to you a little bit about this because you're super early in the industry, earlier than most people, and now it's 2025 and the industry has grown and matured to the point of institutions adopting crypto and all these things happening. What are your thoughts on that? Like going from 2011 to today? I mean, do you think that the crypto space is going in the right direction, or do you think that it's becoming too institutionalized? Like, are you happy to see that?
I think it's definitely going in the right direction. So institutions coming in and buying crypto is, to me, it's only a good thing. It just creates more, kind of opens up the market to more participants, right? So lots of people have their IRA that there's no way they can use that to buy cryptocurrencies, right? But now with ETFs, it makes it very easy for them to kind of store and speculate on the rise of cryptocurrencies. I think it's good overall. Some people think that it's not great, where if like a company owns a lot of the coins, it's not great for decentralization. But I think the main point of decentralization is that, one, no government and no company, no person can affect can print more coins, right? They can't affect the supply, and that's always true, because Bitcoin and Litecoin are proof of work coins. Having more coins doesn't give you more power to do anything. If the coin prices go up, you can make more money from that, but doesn't give you power over the network or the coin or the people. So I'm not concerned about that hurting decentralization of the coin. Yeah, and the other thing is that what's important is you always have a way to opt out. So you can always store coins yourself, and you can always do transactions with your own hardware wallet or your own like mobile wallet. You don't have to, like, it's not, buying an ETF is not the only way for you to hold Litecoin, right? So the ability to opt out and do everything yourself, if you know how to, if you learn how to do it, is very powerful.
Right. Back in the early days of 2011, I mean, I'm assuming that's what people had to do, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that was the only thing you can do.
Right. I mean, actually, I should have asked you this earlier. Like, when you were buying Bitcoin in 2011 from an actual person, I mean, where did you even put that? Where did you store it?
Yeah, so the only wallet out there was a desktop wallet.
Okay.
Right. So back then it was called Bitcoin QT. It's basically what Bitcoin Core is now. You can download a desktop wallet and ran on Windows, Mac, Linux. There's no mobile wallet. There's no web wallet. There's no ETF. There's nothing, right? The only way to store it. There's no hardware wallets. The only way to store it is on your computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, I mean, yeah, it wasn't easy to get into Bitcoin, but because I had a computer science background, it was not challenging.
Right.
Yeah, but back then, I mean, in 2011, I've kind of introduced Bitcoin to a lot of my friends to say, like, check this out. This is like the next big thing. You should buy some. And pretty much all of them failed to buy any Bitcoin back then because it was just so hard.
What was it even valued at in 2011?
So 2011, in early 2011 is when it first hit $1 per coin. So when I got in, it was $30 a coin. So it went up like 30x in 2011 alone. But yeah, I mean, it's very cheap, all things like compared to today. But back then, it felt expensive because it was sub-dollar like a few months ago.
Right, and also, I mean, and maybe you knew, maybe you didn't, but like when you were buying Bitcoin so early, I feel like, was it more of like a hobby? Like, it wasn't like, were you buying it because you were like, oh, this is for sure going to go up to 125,000 plus, you know, in the coming years? Or were you buying it just because you were genuinely interested in Bitcoin?
A bit of both. Like,
Yeah.
I was interested in the technology. I thought it was experimental for sure, but I thought it was, it would become big. I thought it was like a better form of money than what's out there. And I mean, I had no idea what it would do. I remember telling people, I think, that it's kind of like buying Google stock pre-IPO, right? It could go to zero, right? But it could become huge,
Right.
right? So it's worth getting some. My target back then was $5,000 per Bitcoin in 10 years. And that was pretty crazy because it was $30 a coin. So going up 100x in 10 years, people thought I was crazy. Yeah, people were like, there's no way, right? Nothing goes up 100x in 10 years. But then it actually did better than what I thought it would do, like by a little bit. After 10 years, I think it went to like 10, 20,000. So yeah, it's pretty wild ride.
But when you created Litecoin, the goal was kind of just like faster, cheaper payments, better than Bitcoin can do, right, when it comes to payments. I don't know if you created it with the goal of like, oh, it's going to go up to 125K in the coming years.
Yeah, when I created Litecoin, it was, I mean, like I said, it was kind of for fun, right? It was just it's a side project. At the time I was working at Google, software engineer at Google, working on Chrome OS, Google Play. Relatively boring stuff compared to Bitcoin, in my opinion. And then created Litecoin just for fun on the side. Didn't really expect much of it. I kind of positioned as silver to Bitcoin's gold, but didn't really expect it to kind of be where it is today. Like Litecoin's market cap today is a little bit over $9 billion. Bitcoin's market cap when I created Litecoin was about $100 million. So at the time, I thought if Litecoin ever reached $100 million, that would be like amazing, right? If Litecoin ever became as big as what Bitcoin was back then, like that, I didn't expect that at all. But now it's like 10 times more than that, or what is it? Almost 100 times more than that. Right. Yeah.
Right. Just on that note, I find it really interesting when I'm talking to people really early in the industry. I mean, so I'm 2017, so that's early, but like there are people like you who are like very, very early, and you could kind of foresee the future in a way, or you just found it interesting. But what are you seeing any trends currently that you think are interesting that are probably going to like take off in the and it doesn't even have to be about price. It can be about like AI tools for trading crypto, or tokenization of real world assets. I mean, what is it that you see really interesting in the space right now?
I like Charlie way better than Sailor.
Sure.
I don't know why people look up to Sailor when he hasn't contributed much. But Charlie,
you got in 2017. Every cycle,
on making it
people say
money.
They're late, right? Yeah. I'm sure when you got in, you were like thinking, "Oh my God, I'm late," because I got in 2011 and prices has already gone up. But if you bought when you got in, you made a bit of money, right? Yeah. So I don't think people are still late to the game, because the main reason is because you're pricing Bitcoin against fiat currency, and fiat currencies like US dollar is being printed like crazy, right? Since COVID, the supply has doubled, right, or even much more than doubled, and that's crazy if you think about it. So as long as the Fed, the government's printing more fiat currency, it's just gonna get inflated away against hard money like gold, silver, Bitcoin, and
that's
Litecoin.
Where I would disagree.
Right. So the price will just keep going.
That inflation idea works for a while, but you need real monetary network effects. And if you have credit contraction, no real demand other than speculation, it's gonna get destroyed.
Up because you're pricing it against fiat currency. So it's just a better way to store your money than US dollar. If you put US dollar under your mattress, after 10 years, it's worth like 1/10 the amount. Like, it's crazy how much inflation has happened. But with Bitcoin, even if it doesn't go up in value, like against real world assets, it still would hold value, and that's the most important thing, right? You work hard to make money. You don't want it to get kind of inflated away because you naturally create a bank account. But with cryptocurrency, you can, right? So you can actually have autonomous agents today that work totally autonomously and do stuff, right? They can make money. They can even use money to buy more hardware, right? If they're running on AWS or something, they can potentially even buy more hardware, like beef up their themselves, make more money. So you can have agents today using AI that can work for you or work for itself to do stuff that wasn't possible 10 years ago, 10,
Right.
15 years ago. Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, it's so weird to think about it because let's say an AI agent just buys a bunch of Bitcoin and it goes into its AI agent wallet, right?
Yeah.
So that's being held by an AI then and not by a human being.
I mean, obviously humans can have AI bots working for them to make money
Right.
or whatever it is, right?
Right.
And it's not guaranteed that it will make money, but then it's also possible for a totally autonomous AI agent to kind of survive on its own.
Is that something that you're excited about in the industry, the role of AI?
I mean, I'm
in
not
crypto?
working on AI myself. It's kind of exciting, but also scary, right? It's gets you the world where potential like Terminator stuff happens. So
Yeah.
it's kind of scary where AI could lead to.
Right. What are your thoughts on things like stable coins? I mean, is that something that you're happy to see that, a lot of stable coins are now being used for transactions? And I think they're a great way to transact actually when you're paying someone overseas.
Yeah, I think it's something that should have happened a long time ago, right? So when the internet came about, like payments should have been something that was kind of improved on like right away, right? But it didn't happen for whatever reason. Before cryptocurrency, sending money overseas was next to impossible, right? Remittance, you get charged like 20% to send money, to have remittance, right? Sending money overseas to your family. And that's just crazy, right? You should just be able to send money to anyone in the world. And then cryptocurrency really helped with that. Just sending money, it removed like the borders. And stablecoins is another variation. The issue I have with stablecoin is that it's still based off of fiat currency, right? So it's a good way to pay for things, but it's not a good way to store money because you're just storing money in US dollar, whatever fiat currency it is. But the great thing is that if a store accepts if a store accepts stablecoins and you have Bitcoin and Litecoin, you can easily convert your Bitcoin and Litecoin to USDT or USDC or whatever and then pay, right? You can do that almost instantaneously. So it makes it easy if you're storing your wealth in hard money like Bitcoin and Litecoin. It makes it easy for you to pay for things. So that's great, right?
Yeah.
So I think the advancement in support for stable coins is only good for Bitcoin and Litecoin.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Going back to Litecoin, is there anything like after these 14 years of it being in existence? Well, first of all, actually, any community celebrations planned for the 14-year anniversary coming up?
I'm sure people will celebrate it. Myself personally, I'm not really doing anything, but I'm sure there will be some live stream or something that I might just hop on.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's huge. 14 years for anything. I mean, for cryptocurrency is like a lifetime. And the crazy thing is that great thing about Litecoin is it's been up and running for 14 years nonstop, right? So the decentralized network, since I launched it, has not had any hiccups, has not stopped or shut down or restarted or anything like that. It just has been working nonstop, every 2.5 minutes on average, processing blocks, sending payments. And this is something that's really important for money. You don't want money to, you don't want the network to go down and all of a sudden you can't buy things with your money, right? So that's something that I'm really proud of, that Litecoin has been up since launch for 14 years.
Is there anything like looking back that you would do differently or that you'd want to see different with Litecoin?
That I would do differently. I think one thing looking back is maybe would be better to launch it anonymously, like what Satoshi did with Bitcoin. So I think being out there has its own like issues, right? So Satoshi was anonymous. He kind of just stepped away. He did this before I even like found out about Bitcoin. He's just stepped away and disappeared. It's funny because before he disappeared, people actually thought he was a real person. Like there was actually a guy named Satoshi Nakamoto, probably a Japanese of Japanese origin, living in, I think people thought he was in like the UK or something. And then after he disappeared, people tried to find him and realized that this person does not actually exist. And his email is a private email address that that there's no way to track and find out who he is. So which was very interesting, that he had the foresight of launching Bitcoin, something that's very kind of new, controversial potentially, doing it anonymously and being able to just leave the project without leaving a trace. It's pretty crazy.
Do you think it was just one person or a group of people?
I go back and forth. I'm thinking it's just one person. It's hard to imagine one person being able to launch something this like world changing. But if it was a group of people, I think it would have leaked like who it was. Like having it being only one person would make it much more likely that I can keep it a secret. And I also think that he might really already have passed away. I think, because there's some candidates that's potentially Satoshi, but it's hard to know for sure.
Right.
I would love to know who he is, for one day for the world to find out. I mean, because he did something pretty amazing. Like, Bitcoin is really world changing, and it's something that it would be cool to find out who actually created it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it probably keeps some people in the industry up at night. Like, they probably think about it and obsess about it. There are definitely some people, and maybe some of the listeners, that actually have that, they're obsessing over who he is.
Yeah, and obviously there's some people who come out to claim they are Satoshi.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, which is why I think it's cool. I think it's really cool when you know who's behind the project, like Vitalik with Ethereum and you with Litecoin. And because then you have, to talk to a person such as yourself and to get the insight of like, why did you create this crypto? What was the goal? Like, what do you hope to see in the future? I mean, these are huge questions that if every cryptocurrency was anonymous with the creator, I mean, you can never answer those questions.
That's true, but there are trade-offs. Like, having me out there makes the coin more centralized, right? So, like, I can kind of steer the coin. I mean, good and bad, right? There are trade-offs. I can steer the coin in the direction that I think is best for the coin. But it's kind of like having a dictator, whether he's benevolent or not, right? He could all of a sudden turn bad or something, right? So having kind of a figurehead is good, in the sense that I can kind of steer Litecoin and kind of make it more efficient. But then on the flip side, like Satoshi, after he left, Bitcoin is more decentralized, right? There's no one person that people look up to. But then there's a problem with that, where you have false prophets, people coming out claiming to be Satoshi, and then people believing that he's Satoshi, and then using Satoshi's vision to kind of try to change the project to something that it's not, right? So there are inefficiencies with people bickering and fighting about the direction of where Bitcoin should head, right? We see a lot of that almost every day. Every time there's a kind of a conflict between what Bitcoin should do, there's a lot of inefficiency, a lot of people arguing, and then a lot of times nothing happens because just people can't agree. But then that doesn't happen with Litecoin today, because I can kind of steer the ship and say this is where we want to go. For example, like adding MWeb to Litecoin is a bit controversial, right? People think privacy is not great. The government might crack down on it. Exchanges might delist it. But something like that would be very hard for Bitcoin to adopt because there's controversy, right? But whereas with Litecoin, I think this is best for Litecoin. I can help kind of push that forward. Yeah.
Right, and that, it also gets me thinking about like Bitcoin and DeFi, and also, taking loans out on your Bitcoin now, and all these things that are also very controversial. Is that something you see in the Litecoin space as well? Like, is there DeFi? I mean, like I said, I don't have Litecoin, so is there DeFi and things that you can do with Litecoin, or take loans out, things like that?
Yeah, I mean, there are like Litecoin that is on Ethereum, for example, right? That is wrapped Litecoin on Ethereum or other currencies, where you can do smart contracts on those wrapped Litecoins. So it is possible to do that. it's not. I don't think it's like a big thing. I think for me, my focus is on just the base layer of Litecoin being money, right? Being a coin that can be used to purchase things. For me, the idea that what decentralization brings to cryptocurrency is the ability to transfer value freely without anyone to stop you from doing it. I think that's one of the most powerful things about Bitcoin and Litecoin, and I think one of the reasons why it is valuable is that feature, right? What decentralization gives you. Before I kind of found about Bitcoin, I played poker online, and back then I would transfer US dollar to a poker site that is offshore, right? Using credit card, wire, or ACH, right? Get the money there and then play poker. And poker is a game of skill, right? So there's no, to me, it's not gambling, but what Vegas or other powerful people were able to do is get the government to shut down all the poker sites, online poker sites, and basically ban online poker. And the way they did that was to attack the payment methods. So they basically made it so that US banks and credit cards would not process any transactions from anybody to these poker sites. And by blocking that, it effectively killed online poker. And when that happened, I thought it was kind of crazy. I thought it was, why should the government be able to stop me from playing poker online? Like, I'm not doing anything bad. It's my money. It's not even gambling, right? I want to play a card game, right? Win or lose. Like, I'm an adult, right? Why should I be stopped from doing something that is not illegal? Like, you can do it in Vegas. Why can't I do it online? And I realized, like, it's because the money is not free, right? It's being controlled by the government.
Right.
And then when Bitcoin happened, it was like an aha moment, right? I just saw something that made made money more free for people to use, right? Where nobody can stop you from sending money to anywhere.
Right. All of that, it's so insightful. But there are also concerns. I know we're running a long time, but I want to express my concerns. You know, quantum computing is a concern, and what's going to happen with Bitcoin and, you know, cryptocurrency, all of it, right? When quantum computers get smart enough to break these codes, losing keys, having your crypto hacked and stolen. I mean, these are things that keep me up at night, actually. Like, what are your thoughts on that? It's such an amazing invention and creation, but there are these threats, and in 5 to 10 years, quantum computing could really destroy everything.
Sure, quantum computing is a threat to all of digital finances, right? So, there are quantum safe algorithms that are already existing, that are being worked on. So it is possible to upgrade Bitcoin and Litecoin to quantum safe private key infrastructure, so that quantum can't steal coins from your address, right? So I'm not concerned about that. I think when the time comes, we'll just be able to just upgrade to something that works better. The only concern I have is coins that are kind of sitting there. So I think it's more of a concern for Bitcoin than Litecoin. Bitcoin has, like, Satoshi has 1 million coins just sitting there that could be stolen by quantum computing, right? So if quantum computing happens, so unless, like, the community decides to lock those coins, like prevent anyone from stealing them, quantum computing can potentially open those up for theft, and that could hurt the market. That could be very bad, right? And then the decision to lock them up could also be bad, because that's like some group of people deciding that Satoshi shouldn't have those coins, assuming that he doesn't have access to them, right? So there are some issues like that I think is concerning, but it doesn't keep me up at night. Your other question about, like, losing coins, like wallet stuff, is a concern. I mean, it's kind of like being your own bank sounds cool, but you actually have to protect it yourselves, right? You have to have the know-how. But I think the best part is that you don't have to be your own bank, right? You have the option to. You can store on exchanges. A lot of times, exchanges are able to protect your coins better than you can yourself, right? Like a grandma won't be able to have their own hardware wallet, but if they can trust some third party to help them secure it, or buying an ETF or stuff like that. So there are options, and I think that's the best part, is that it's not one size fit all.
I agree, and I think it's good to have these options and to actually exercise both options.
Yeah.
You know, being in charge of your own bank, and then also allocating that to an exchange that you trust.
Mm-hmm. And there are also other solutions like multi-sig solutions where a company like Casa, for example, has a solution where it's like 5 keys, 5 hardware wallets, different types of hardware wallets, stored in different places, one at home, one at your office, one in a bank, one on your phone. So you need like 3 or 5 to extra coins. So it's really hard to lose 3 of these devices. And then things like that really help protect the coins, and also help protect someone from stealing your coins.
Right. That and also
so there are a lot of solutions.
Yeah, and even natural disasters, right?
Sure, yeah.
Like an earthquake or a tornado or a fire. I mean, then, you know, there's so many things that can happen, which I think, you know, when I'm talking to someone that doesn't own crypto, and they're always interested, people that don't own it, they're like, oh, I should own Bitcoin or Litecoin or Ethereum, but I don't know how. And I think that's like, these concerns are why. They don't know how, but now it's easier, right? You just go to Coinbase and buy or whatever, but then it's like, how do you store them? How do you keep it safe? I mean, I think that's really what the crypto industry needs to be focused a lot on in order to help with this adoption with mainstream.
Yeah, but that's also where something like an ETF helps a lot.
Yeah.
Right, so someone who has no experience, no technical background whatsoever, they want to own some Litecoin, for example, and assuming the ETF is out there, you can tell them to go buy the ETF first, right? Buy some ETF, get some exposure, and learn more about Litecoin. Once they're more familiar with it, open like a Coinbase account, buy some Litecoin on there, and then keep it on there, right? For now.
Right.
In the meantime, and learn more about how to keep your own coins, and then buy a hardware wallet. Pull the Litecoins from Coinbase, put in your hardware wallet, play around with that, and just there's a lot of. It's not simple, but there's kind of baby steps you can take to go from a crypto novice to an expert.
Yeah, cool. Okay, we're running low on time, so I have one fun question and then final thoughts from you.
Sure.
The fun question is, if you could collaborate with one person on a new crypto project, whether that person is dead or alive, who would it be and why?
Satoshi Nakamoto, obviously. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to work with him, pick his brains on stuff, right? Just like I'd love to work with Satoshi Nakamoto, even like anonymously, right? Even if he stays anonymous, I don't have to meet him in person, just being able to chat with him. I feel kind of sad that I missed the chance to chat with him, because before he left in like 2010, he was actually chatting with people online and talking to, like, explaining his decisions on stuff, and just like a normal developer, people didn't suspect anything, right? So kind of being able to chat with him would be something that would be on my bucket list, but that probably would never happen.
Well, never say never. Okay, great. Any final thoughts before we end the interview? I mean, I could talk to you for hours, but I know you're on a schedule. So anything you want our listeners to know?
I think I like people to kind of, a lot of people are in this space, they've never actually, they might have heard of Litecoin, but they've never actually used it. So I would recommend for people to check it out, like download a Litecoin wallet, a mobile wallet, buy some Litecoins, transfer it, and see what it's all about, right? And actually compare it to Bitcoin and other coins, and kind of experiment with it. I would recommend people do that.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Well, Charlie, thank you. This has been a real pleasure, and you are fascinating, and I'm just so happy that you joined today.
Sure, thanks for having me.
Thank
Rachel.
you. Thanks.
Special thanks to 4Labs Digital for producing Web3 Deep Dive podcast. I'd also like to thank the sponsors behind Web3 Deep Dive. You can click the links in the show notes to learn more about each of the Web3 initiatives from these sponsors. Finally, thanks to the listeners for tuning in. Please be sure to subscribe, like, and share.
Vitalik, you're on stage in 4 minutes.
Sure. Yo, dog, I got my tea. And I'm drinking my tea. You know why? Because I like tea. So did you know that the word for tea is
Someone else's eyes used to drown in noise just to feel the tide. Now I float above it, don't need the height. Gave too much to the mirror till I let it fade. Now I'm clearer than ever. No hate, no shade yet. Used to need it, now I breathe it. Life don't owe me nothing, I just leave it. Used to bleed it, now I see it. I don't chase the wave I beat. I remember nights staring at the phone, praying for a text just to feel known. Now I talk to the moon, it don't talk back. It's quiet when it's real, it's heavy when it heals. You don't feel the crown when you're used to the steel. Used to need it, now I breathe it. Life don't owe me nothing, I just leave it. Used to bleed it, now I see it. I don't chase the wave I beat. I don't care if you buy, I don't need to sell my truth. It's been written in the sky, way before they had to prove. Let them talk, let them try. They don't know what I've been through. Yeah, I don't care if you buy. This ain't for them, it's for who knows. Used to fight for the views, now I vibe in the silence. Used to beg for the love, now I glow from defiance. I was broke in my soul, but I built my alliance. Now I'm rich in my peace, ain't no need for compliance. They'll show up when it's rising, say they knew it all along. But I remember every eyelid that closed when I sang my song. I don't care if you buy, I don't care if you buy, I don't care if you buy, I don't care if you buy. I'm not bitter, I'm just done chasing. All that noise turned into patience. Now my lane's wide, no navigation. They gon' copy but they can't trace it. I made my peace with the waiting. Patience turned to faith of making. Now they chase what I created, but I'm gone, levitating. So I don't care if you buy, it's already mine to prove. Every scar became a light, every loss became a groove. Yeah, I don't care if you buy, I don't care if you buy, I don't care if you buy, I don't care if you buy.
don't care when you sell. I've been riding through the lows, knowing it's just another swell. You can cash out, fade out, wish me well. I don't care if I don't care when you sell. Say, seen them panic every headline, same show, same tell. Said it's over every week, then they watch it rise again. I don't pray for their belief, I just smile, exhale. Let the time do the talking while they run in bed. Cause I remember every doubt and surround sound. Now they play my tracks when the price rebound. Funny now they love what they laughed about. But I ain't bitter, I just turn it loud. I don't care if I don't care when you sell. I've been riding through the lows, no, it's just another swell. You can cash out, fade out, wish me well. I don't care if I don't care when you sell. I ain't chasing bags, I'm building time. Turn conviction to a peace of mind. They trade emotions, I trade knives. For a future that I already ride. You can move on, you can lose faith, but I ain't breaking pace for a mood swing day. Been too long in the game to explain again. If you know, you know. If you don't, that's okay. I don't care if I don't care when you sell. Story's still mine to tell. Yeah, yeah. Still mine to tell. The story's still mine to tell. Yeah, yeah. They said I dream too loud, I said they think too small. I was building what they doubted, now they see it on the wall. Every scar became design, every loss became a line. I follow what's divine, don't beg, just align. Got receipts from every season that they swore I fell behind. Now the proof is here, see my way from the other side. It's already mine, I don't gotta fight. I've been living in tomorrow since I was 9. They can't take what's written in light. I don't wait, it's already mine. It's already mine. It's already mine. Used to feel like faith was a maybe. Now I walk through storms like it's gravy. Every no just made me steady. Every break just made me ready. They want credit, I want calm. They want trending, I want bomb. I got love that don't expire. I'm the fuel, not the fire. I don't chase the crowd, I raise the sound. Everything I said in silence is everywhere now. It's already mine, I don't gotta fight. I've been living in tomorrow since I was 9. They can't
Oh shit, I was talking that whole time with my mic muted. What the hell? My bad. Based on the responses in the chat, I was assuming you guys could hear me. In the zone.
I saw it before.
Alright, get in here, Nick. I sent you the link. What the hell? I was just saying, like... What I was saying was that obviously I'm no expert in Ichimoku, but I know that the price is most likely to break through at these inflection points where this cloud, like the green crosses the red, or vice versa. And that comes in the next 1 to 2 weeks. We did that on the daily time frame. It's the same across a lot of these pairs. And we're nearing the end of this consolidation. Each move up and subsequent correction has been shorter in time. So we could have already bottomed. Is my mic broken? Oh. I was like, what the hell? I know it was muted for like 5 minutes. I didn't notice. Earlier it was awful. Alright. I'm glad it's okay now. I need a new mic or something. I can't figure out how to get the volume higher. I just to put this against my face. So dreams in a moment, I build truth from the ground. When the lights fade out, I'm still around. They loud on the stage. I don't know, Litecoin against everything looks pretty strong. I want to see what Nick's thoughts are on this. It was several days now. What do you guys think of the interview? So professional for someone with not very many subs, but that's cool. I finally sound clear. That's good, that's good. Yeah, he did good. Became design. This is proof of time. Proof of grace. Proof I never lost my place. Proof I walked. I like when someone was a train wreck. Well, maybe Charlie's wasn't great. I don't remember it. But I think overall those conferences have gotten better. But Litecoin against every altcoin looks like the same to me. It looks like it's ready to just, this is all the charts inverted, just waterfall down here, kind of like this wick. You had to log out and log back in? That's weird. I don't know why it's like that.
Every fee got a new monopoly. Same pitch, same face, same lottery. Different coin, same mockery. They don't love tech, they love trends. They don't see
Alright, I see Nick.
they hype what they don't.
Just covering. Alright, I'm gonna add your thing into this. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Can you hear me, Nick?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Alright.
Okay.
Sweet, what's up? How's it going?
Good. Sorry, let me,
There you go.
you... Okay, I'm trying to figure it out. You know those little gaming consoles that... Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you know those little gaming consoles you could buy on like Amazon and probably like Alibaba, AliExpress, that they're like Game Boy handhelds, but they have a bunch of games on them?
I'm not too familiar, but
That's cool. For like $50 you can get like 1,000 games. Some of them have like PlayStation games.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Sorry, I have one, and my daughter's trying to play Tony Hawk on it, and I'm trying to figure out how to do it. That's Tony Hawk.
I remember the Tony Hawk days. I used to have like arguments with my twin brother about who got to play.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, we'd have like timers.
That's a classic game.
Yeah.
I remember my dad let me rent the old Grand Theft Auto. You know what I'm talking about, like the overhead view one?
Oh, was that the... I don't even know if I played some of the old ones, like the first one I played was on PlayStation 2. I don't remember which one it was, but I bought a PlayStation just to play that one. But no, I don't think I've ever played like straight overhead Grand Theft Auto.
Were you an Xbox guy?
Mostly, but I bought the PlayStation just to play Grand Theft Auto. My dad had these like pawn shops that he partially owned. Some of those guys made a ton of money.
He partially owned pawn shops?
He invested in them with his friend that left his like dad's business to go start these. He ended up selling them all for like $100 million.
Your dad did?
No, my dad's friend.
Oh, geez,
but he left. He was like a CPA accountant, but he left to start these pawn shops with his kids in like Arizona, Texas, like near the border, and they'd have a lot of like illegal.
You must have had a lot of them.
Yeah, they were called super pawn. Maybe it was like 50 million. Some high number.
Oh, okay. It's a nice amount to get.
Yeah, it was like a chain. They like created their own chain of pawn stores. Not franchise, but they all had the same name and they were pretty well known, pretty large. And after like, I don't know, 15, 20 years, they sold them all.
That's a nice cash out. You'd have to have like a passion to be in a pawn shop business, which I don't think a lot of people do.
Yeah, and you get robbed. Like they got robbed quite a few times by people that come in, like rob the whole store in like 3 minutes.
Jeez.
Like, break all the glass with take guns and break everything, steal all the jewelry in like a few minutes and leave.
That's sketchy.
Yeah, that's business would be scary. And then I think they made a lot of money because illegals would come and like pawn gold and to get cash and pawn.
That's what I was gonna ask. If your dad still, I know you said he was a partial owner, so maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was just an investor or something. But
Yeah.
I would think he might have precious metals still.
Yeah, he was just like an investor. He didn't have anything to do with the operations of it. But he would show me videos, and that's how I brought that up because that's how I got my PlayStation 2 for like got it really cheap when I was like in middle school because we just got it from the pawn store. Someone pawned it. And,
oh yeah, so you got it for dirt cheap.
Yeah. I just wanted to play one game. It was Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, I always had a PlayStation. I didn't have X. My buddy had an Xbox, and we'd all go over there. I think the only game we ever played on Xbox was Halo.
Oh yeah, that's the main game I played. Used to have like LAN matches. That was my first.
Yeah, we would.
You'd like
Call of Duty.
Oh, I see. Never played that.
That's yeah, I was more into Call of Duty, and I'd have LANs with that. I was actually pretty good at Call of Duty, but then I got into Counter-Strike, and I played that for years straight. A few years. I played it when I was like really young. I went to like my older brother took me to like an internet cafe, and I played Counter-Strike there a couple times. But
oh, nice. Yeah, only ones I played competitively were League of Legends and Halo 2 and 3. But
it's cool.
It was perfect for Xbox Live. Came out when I was like 12, and it was Halo 2 like launch. I was actually good, ranked to like the top of the ladder, and all my friends would want to play with me, and then I just couldn't play with them. But that for Halo and League both, I grinded, and then I forced myself to quit. I like broke my Halo disc because I was addicted, and then I forced myself to quit League to study piano in college.
That's the one instrument I wish I learned, or I still would be interested in learning, is piano.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about it when I was like 17, 18, and I'm like, is this game even going to be around in 5-10 years? I'm going to develop these skills and be really good at this game that won't even be relevant. And I'm like, well, I could always play music, always wanted to, so I committed. And then grinded that, and then switched to crypto, basically, markets in 2016. I've just gone. This has been the hardest game to play, though, honestly.
I know. I think once I started getting into the markets, I was like 18 or something, and then I've been off and on. I've been pretty much on for the past probably since 2021 again, but then I was off for a while from that, and I kind of go in and go out. But it for sure is the hardest game, without a doubt. Yeah. I feel like once you find certain things that are difficult, and maybe you don't have certain limitations, like excuses. Like for me, once I came across golf too, I've kind of same kind of relationship with golf, where it's just ridiculously hard, and
yeah,
you get addicted in the same kind of manner.
For sure. And with those things, like I feel like with physical sports or music, some of the tactile skills that you need to have are just so much harder to train. It's going to be so hard to compete with kids that started when they were 4.
Yeah, I had a buddy who was just he didn't even like playing FPS games, but he would play them. And he would be like, we'd play Counter-Strike, and he would just get to the top ranking, and then he'd just be like, this game's dumb, but he was just started playing FPS since he was a little kid, so and on a computer, so he was just really good at it, which is annoying because I wanted to be good at it, and he hated it. He didn't care. But yeah, I think most of the kids I knew that actually gamed played a lot of League.
Yeah, it was so popular. I didn't want to play it. My brother forced me to, and I never played a console. Never played anything outside of console games. It was like the first PC game, and I sucked. But then I wanted to be good, so I grinded.
That's how I felt about. Like, I thought it was so dumb trying to play a first-person shooter game on a PC, and I just got addicted because it's such a good game. Like, I still love that game. If I had a decent gaming rig, And then I stopped gaming, and then it's been in the garage since. So I haven't. It's probably outdated now and whatever.
Yeah, priority shift. There's not much money in it unless you're the absolute best.
Yeah, and then I just got addicted to playing it, man. Oh my god, it's like coming home from. It was in my late 20s, or mid to late 20s, I guess. I'd come home from work, and I was living by myself at the time, and I would just play Counter-Strike like all night, and then wake up tired, go to work, and do the same thing, and I couldn't.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that anymore. So now, especially as you get older, but the market takes up a lot of my spare time.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like kids that are good at, or anyone who's good at gaming or good at has shown an ability to climb to the top of whatever they're doing if they focus their attention on trading or just fundamental investing, they'll probably get to the top there as well.
Yeah, getting whatever X percentage. I guess you could
I
learn
wish
to
I
get
focused.
On the details.
I kind of wish I focused on developing like shorter term trading skill set, but I never was interested in it. I thought the biggest opportunities financially was in understanding and taking more of an entrepreneurial look at markets instead of just looking at charts. So that's, I don't know.
It's never too late, man.
Yeah, well, I think my TA skills are, I'm just looking for high time frame ideas.
I think it all translates for the most part.
Well, that quote you posted under, or tagged me in, from
the fundamental versus technical, or
from what's his name? Why can't I think of his name right now?
I don't even know, it just popped up.
One of the most legendary hedge fund managers ever. But yeah, he said he was like first just straight TA because he didn't understand fundamentals, but then now his, if the
what he said made sense. Yeah, like it basically said he had some type of program that would basically tell him what to accumulate ahead of time, and then if the charts look good, it all makes sense. It all kind of wraps up into each other.
Yeah, he's looking for confluence, just like he won't buy anything based on the chart itself, but if the fundamental story makes sense with the chart, then he'll.
Right. Yeah, he'll say he'll run to a really good chart, and then he doesn't know anything about it. Then he learns about the fundamentals. So it all works together. Like for me, for the fundamental stuff that I've been able to like recognize ahead of time, it's just the same game where you're basically, if you fundamentally like it for a long term, then you could just look at the chart and then use that to look for good times to accumulate, and maybe good times to take some off on the way up or whatever. But I think that's all he's doing, and a lot of the really good long-term traders that I've come to know or follow on Twitter, they all do that. Like they'll find something and then they'll accumulate it for years before it finally has its move. So it's all relative.
Exactly. So what are you thinking now after the last time we talked? It's been like a week.
I don't remember where we were at last week. We were up here, I think.
Yeah, we like recovered back to like 113, I don't know, and now we've broken down towards the bottom of this range.
Yeah, I don't know, I could reference back in my tweets, but I'm pretty sure this is the daily, right? Let's go down to the hour, and if I can remember to see how this went. Yeah, I think I was trying to long 113. Where's 113? I was trying to long it, and it didn't work, and it dipped down to here. And then it bounced, and then from here, which is 113, it made a lot of sense for me for more continuation, because I had posted if we didn't originally hold 113. Yeah, if we originally didn't hold 113, then to me, I was looking down more at these levels around 104, like a massive confluence of support. And then we didn't hold, so then we dipped. But then I think it was last night or something, I was starting to get bullish again. And I believe I sent it, and I wrote it in your chat, because that's how I got the idea for this, basically. I think I tried to quickly sum it up, and then I got the idea for the trade that I'm currently in, which is I said that it was looking weak here, so I thought that I figured if we could hold, it's always possible we hold, but I wasn't long, so if we got a sweep, I would buy the 200-day, which I did, and we're kind of bouncing from it, but it's kind of just been a nothing burger so far. No like immediate wick or move off of it. So I'm still more so. It's tough. I think it's smart to take this trade off the 200, and it is the spot work potentially reverse and then give us the levels I was looking at before, which I believe is 117 or on its way to 118. Yeah, what is it? It's roughly 118 now. I have wanted us to go back to that, and here we didn't do it at 115. And yeah, so basically, if I just say my read right now, it's been that I thought it was too obvious for us to run the support below, because to me, I'd imagine, I don't know, I don't look at liquidity maps or anything, but I'd imagine there's a massive amount of orders that are sitting here or will potentially show up here to buy. So for me, it's like we wicked down into those orders before reversing on that. Was it last Friday? That provided the liquidity. It didn't really even tap into it. That provided the liquidity needed for the reversal point, which was probably pretty drastic considering how bad it was capitulating. So for us to tap back into it, I just haven't. I've been afraid of it. I've been looking at it, but I've thought it's too obvious. And so when we came back down and I said it was bearish continuation and to expect it to come back down, and then we danced around here, I do think it's worthwhile. For me, I'm longing the 200-day because, again, it's kind of, to me, this is no man's land. And I think a lot of people want us to fill into this wick and fill those lower supports. I closed this because of the wind. It's all right. Yeah, I still think it's too obvious. And as time has gone on, it seems like more people are expecting it. So I don't know. I'm at the point where if we came down here and bounced in here, I feel like I'm more worried that we're just going to get more continuation, because if we're truly strong, I don't think we'll fill the wick. I think we'll basically, like we did, we'll consolidate above, and then we'll have like a little flash crash, little dump, and then we'll bounce kind of in nowhere land, which is, to me, is the 200-day moving average. And I think this is as good of a spot to hold as ever, because like I said, if we come back down in here and bounce where everyone thinks we're going to bounce or where all the liquidity is sitting, it just seems too obvious for me. And it just, to me, it begins to look weaker than what people anticipate. Because I know there's people even looking at basically these lower levels. I think I see 98 pop up a lot and stuff like that. But if we smash through this support, I'd be concerned. So that's why I think it's a better idea to currently be front running those orders, and the idea that kind of everyone's getting used to, everyone's talking about how weak it is. So yeah, front run here and then potentially run. I mean, the immediate target obviously is like, for sure, I think this little bounce from 108 will get us back, at least to give us the chance to reject at 110. But for me, it's not like I'm in a highly leveraged position. I wouldn't, especially considering I purchased around here and gave myself room. I wouldn't want to take such a small trade. So for me, and I think a lot of people buying here, I think you're at the more of the bottom end of the risk curve, and I'd be looking at the other side of it. So if I had to guess, a minimum of this trade would be 115, but to me, I think this most likely goes up towards 118 before seeing some type of selling.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does. It has filled like that. That's Bitfinex, right? It wicked way lower on Bitfinex, but this is like 50% of the wick has been filled.
This is
the fib levels.
This is on my. Are you talking about the chart I have up? Is Bitcoin?
Yeah. Is it on Bitfinex though? The exchange?
Oh no, it's on. I always just use index. So it's.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm always charting on index, but for Bitcoin at least.
Gotcha. Yeah, the wicks on Coinbase and Binance, it only wicked down to like 107, so it basically did fill almost all of it. But on the index is about 50%, which is where a lot of the altcoin wicks typically filled. So yeah, there is a huge amount of support. I think a lot of people do buy the 200-day moving average.
Yeah, I know if you go back and you look at the 200-day moving average, it's not the greatest.
Yeah,
like it's usually if we crack into it, that's usually the start of a much longer consolidation, or at least like for this point. Last year, once we came into it, we went well below it to the next support and then wicked and stuff like that. But you can see it finally, technically the bottom was one of these larger supports. But that was well below the 200. And then this one, same thing. Once we wicked well below it at first. But obviously, I mean, it never even tried to hold it here. June of last year, we didn't even try to hold it. We just blew right through it on the daily. Same thing. Well, to be fair, we tried to hold it last February. We wicked off of it. But this time's a little different considering we wicked through it once and then we came down to touch it. We're trying to hold it. And I don't know that I can look to see the past 2 years, basically, we've never done that. Let's look down.
The only time it really worked was in 2017 where it wicked down like 10 times.
Oh, did you already check?
Market. I just remember that because Trace Amir was always talking about the 200-day moving average, but I think if you look back, it probably did. I'm pretty sure because I've looked before.
Yeah, see, I don't really look.
Yeah.
I don't really use them. I'm trying to use them more. So, but for me, like, it's obvious for me to use it because I was looking for something in between two support levels, and I was looking for no man's land, but not a complete fill in the wick. So for me, it was the 200-day, where I thought it'd be a good chance. And so far, you can see it's got a decent reaction off of it. Let's see, I can zoom down a little bit. Yeah, see, if I had to guess, let's go. I like drawing these. Trend. Look at this. That won't work, I'm sure. Yeah, we can just do it off that. That's fine. Yeah, so ultimately, I'd say the first retracement that we're gonna have a problem with is 110. I think we could dip now and fail, but according to my idea, I'd say we run to about 110 and then maybe consolidate, chop up or whatever, and then 115, and then if we do well, I think this bounce we can get up to 117, 118, and that's kind of been the next level I was eyeballing, and the failed trade I had before where I was expecting it, that was 113 to 119 is what I was looking for, and never got it. So yeah, I think if I'm looking at Bitcoin long term, I think it still looks fine. So that's why I focus more on the lower time frame right now, and primarily focused on the lower time frame because I feel like that's where I'm going to get the the best read. Like, I don't think I'm going to look at a long-term chart right now and be able to identify these short-term moves and reversal points or whatever. And also, usually, if I am following it, that's the benefit of following it on a really low time frame, is that you start to get a read before it actually breaks down. So some people will look for confirmation on a break of a bigger level, but I think that it's easier to identify weakness ahead of time before support, or I guess some type of market behavior leading into a big do or die level, like I'd say,
for sure,
103 or 104 is. But yeah, I'd say right now, if I'm looking at it right now, then my read is that I'm looking for a bounce potentially to 118, and this could be the point. This could be the point of just where it absolutely reverses, but it's no point in me calling that right now. I'm not taking any type of big leveraged position or any type of option or perp trade or whatever. It's just spot. So yeah, I'd say right now I'm looking for the bounce, and that's based on, like I said, the 200 day. And if it fails, then obviously the 103 or 104, and then let's see, I'll look at Litecoin.
Yeah, let's check out LTC. I think the strength is about to resume. I know Joe, that crypto says guy, is not. He's like more bullish on Link. Thinks that chart looks good, but the LTC Link pair, I don't know, all the LTC.
I think I'm pretty sure Litecoin's one of his biggest positions that he has. So I know he's bullish on it, but he's not. Yeah, according to his analysis or whatever, he's not expecting a move anytime soon. I swear, it's like he's not expecting a move till like next year or the year after or something like that, right? Was it 2026 or 2027, the time frame he was looking at?
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't make sense, because I remember he was bullish in 2021 on the Bitcoin pair.
He's been, it's not like he's perfect either. He's got some type of magic or crystal ball. He's been.
I wouldn't think that makes much sense if.
He's been wrong a few times.
Yeah. But yeah, what do you think here?
I mean, that's remarkable, but I guess it kind of just depends. It's almost like I have to ignore the wick, honestly. I'm kind of, excuse me. Not with Bitcoin, because Bitcoin was different than altcoins, but a lot of these altcoins, I kind of have to ignore the wick and then just look at it like it's a positive for the reset, and then just go on or analyze alts based more on my Bitcoin read of what to expect next. But for Litecoin, it's pretty much the same as when we last discussed it, which is good because it's such a strong support level. So for me, I'd say we're still support. It still looks good based on my expectations of Bitcoin bouncing now. But if Bitcoin was to drop down to 103, 104, then I would expect we'd see some sort of breakdown of this support, and then for that I would just go to the first two. So naturally I would go to, I'd say right now it's sitting at $80 and then goes up, so low 80s is what, I'd say that's a realistic target if we break down to 103 or 104, or maybe not. I don't know. It's hard for me to tell the relative strength and measure the move out, but that's my nearest support after that.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you look at the Bitcoin pair, it has a little more potential downside. It kind of looks like XRP BTC back down to the lows. I mean, it's a slightly higher low here if you ignore the wick.
Had it set there and we blew it out like always. It's so hard for me to analyze.
Yeah.
It just looks like it's almost like analyzing the fix.
I know. It's hard. But like the volume profile here on the pair chart and the USD chart has been similar to previous bottom. So I don't know. I think it's good. If Bitcoin breaks down here, then LTC BTC I think just has like 7% downside. double bottom from where it was at in July.
7%, you said?
That's how much room it has to fall until it, you know, reaches the all-time low from a few months back.
So what is this? It's basically a little over $10 off 90. What is that, like 15, 16%? I guess that'd be my...
It'd be like $80.
80, yeah, that'd be the rough, like, estimate. But I'd say I'm still going with my read until broken, which it was, I'd say realistically, it was off once this week. And then I went with basically like, if this was weak enough and we didn't hold here, I'd worry about the next read, which is to those lows around 104 on Bitcoin. But then I basically reversed it and set the 200. So I'm still going with that, where I think this is going to hold. I just hope I was wrong once this week. And then if that's right, then yeah, what is this? The weekly? Let's go back to the daily. Yeah, I'd say this next move to 119 or whatever would equal a higher move for Bitcoin. And then that's where we could look at possibly maybe pull up a weekly moving average instead. Moving out of this range, potentially. Like, what did we do? What did we trade basically after that issue on Friday? It's still this range. We can do a little too. We tested that a little bit. Yeah, so I'll just say that. I'll say break out of this in 104. No, I won't say that. It's hard for me to get a target if Bitcoin goes to 119. Honestly, it might be Litecoins might underperform on this. So like, say like whatever my target was, 117, 118 on Bitcoin may equal Litecoin basically just running up to a resistance. So call it just over $100 again.
Yeah, that's for the 50-week moving averages. 102, right at the highs there.
Yeah, I'd say if things work out like I want them to, which doesn't mean anything, and Bitcoin bounces off the 200-day moving average and runs up towards 117 or whatever it is, I'd say whatever that resistance is, where we actually see real sellers, will probably be the same. It'll probably equate to the same price that Litecoin sees real sellers, and it'll probably be the top of this range, so just over $100. I'd say that's the move I'm looking for now. Yeah, I'd say that's what I'm currently looking at. The Litecoin overall looks good. It's like holding the same area we talked about this whole time, which is strong support.
Yeah, you have horizontal support, and I'll share my screen real quick for 1 sec. Let me add it. How do I share this on here? Forgot how I share my screen. Why isn't it? Sharing here. Oh, that's what I have to do. Alright, you should be able to see mine. It's showing yours right now, but...
Yeah, I could never see it. Oh, I can see it. Never mind. Yeah.
I feel like because like LTC against altcoins has held higher lows here for a long time, kind of similar to the USD pair, and every subsequent correction and rally back to this descending trendline high, it's almost the same structure since here, but every subsequent rally and correction is shorter in duration with higher lows here. That once it's bottoming,
it's like
bottoming
it's crazy.
process is done.
Yeah, because Litecoin, like you said, it's a similar structure in the USD, but then even against others, it's even getting tighter.
Yeah, and every chart that I pull up, every pair chart looks relatively strong. It's like this is LTC, CRV, LTC Link. They all look about the same to me against Cardano. Like if we continue up here, or alts dump, and Litecoin holds $90, I think we're gonna.
Did Cardano particularly take like a huge dump on that flash crash or something?
Yeah, it did. But this is Coinbase too, so like Litecoin didn't crash that hard on Coinbase. It held up. Like the wick is a higher low. Whereas on like Binance, it wicked like all the way down to $50. So it looks a lot different on Coinbase. And that's what I was using for that pair chart. But I showed this a million times, but it's weird. It's interesting to me, and I know this might not mean a ton to you because where's Zcash at? Oh, okay. Litecoin's been like following Zcash pretty, like it's lagging behind by about a month to 2 months. But it's the same exact like consolidation structure, although Litecoin's looks a little bit stronger because it doesn't have the descending.
Yeah, did you do Zcash versus others? Let's see if that was even tighter.
It looked, Zcash was so weak because it was making significant lower lows this whole time, while Litecoin was like holding them and making higher lows. So it looks a lot different. I don't know what to make of this. It's not even similar at all.
Wait, the one on the left you're comparing, that's just Litecoin dollar?
Yeah, it's just Litecoin USD. But the consolidation structure is similar. We have this, just like LTC others, like this move up to the highs, back down to the lows of this like symmetrical triangle. And each rallying correction is getting shorter in duration. Like
yeah, I would say the difference between those two is like the Zcash is much more of a symmetrical triangle in the way that it's, so that's obviously going to squeeze harder. I think just my expectations of that kind of pattern would squeeze up. Yeah, that breakout or that squeeze would be much harder. And then Litecoins, I'd say, would be good. I'd say it's healthier, and I'd say just be more corrective on the way up. It would be like more predictable structure than Zcash. So
gotcha.
Zcash was, I mean, that might make more sense why it was so explosive. I don't know where Zcash. I haven't really looked at it. What's the all-time high for Zcash? Is it anywhere near that?
It's pretty close. It reached its 21 all-time high in like 2 weeks.
Okay.
But yeah, it was also kind of a coordinated pump. But I don't know. To me, the Litecoin structure, we've shown it like a million times. But would you say like this type of structure? Because to me, it's very similar to Litecoin. It doesn't look that explosive, right? This is Dogecoin from 2021. But as soon as it cleared these like this horizontal high that rejected price for so long, it absolutely mooned.
I guess I don't.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, I try not to look too much about like structure. And, well, I do care about structure, but like compare it to a previous fractal. There was a time where I would do that, but I think I was doing it. It wasn't like a way for me to actually get an edge, but it was something that people like seeing on Twitter, I think. Yeah. But it was just something I did. But now that I'd say I spent more time doing stuff like that.
Well,
I don't put that much weight into it, but I do know there's people that are really good that do. So it's not like I am against it. I just, for
it
me,
doesn't work for you.
yeah, it was times where it worked. There was times where it didn't work, and the times where I'd say I didn't work and I tried to learn from it, like there's so much nuance to like looking at another fractal and trying to figure out. Yeah,
I think the underlying dynamics are so much different, but we haven't really ever seen this amount of compression, like, or this low volatility on this time frame ever in crypto. I think
definitely not an asset that's been around for this long.
Yeah, it's like no other chart ever. It's been gone sideways for 4 years, respecting the same like horizontal resistance. Yeah, it's wicked above, but consistent higher lows and volatility compression for that amount of time makes me extremely.
That's why it's crazy to me that I'm like that when I see that guy Joe's thing, I'm like, really? Like, what? This is a great play, but there could be potentially like another year or two of accumulating it. Like, how long? How long can this thing go sideways for? You know, that's insane. I know there's just a lot of people that still think we'll have like a blow off and crash next year. There's a lot of really good people that think that. And it's kind of hard to get on board with the other side of that, of the extended bull or whatever. Maybe the extended bull is just in crypto, but then it's.
Well, it's weird because we see so many other assets actually experiencing blow-offs.
Right, like gold has to be relatively close to at least like a pullback, like a decent long consolidation phase.
Mainstream. I'm sure if you search Google Trends for gold, I bet it's at all-time highs. We're getting significantly higher levels of search interest. And it's only 100% move, so it's not crazy, but I am hearing people in real life talking about buying gold. So sentiment's pretty high. It has gone vertical. Silver about to, or already, I don't know, maybe there's a pullback there, but it's had an impressive run. Equities, quantum stocks have gone up, like some of them 60x in a year.
Jeez.
I don't know if you've seen those, but
I just recently started hearing people talk about quantum stocks being down. I think they were just down today or something like that, right?
Just today, but this quantum stock, it's like a crypto rally. It's 7,000+% since October of 24.
Gosh, dude. I know it's a bad time to be in crypto.
Yeah. It has been. But I just can't imagine this not breaking out eventually, right? This compression, even though it's a pair chart, it's against all altcoins.
Yeah, I guess the timing is just where I'm failing to understand, because do we just continue to compress into that and then zig false breakdown up and then break up and then retest or whatever, like how much time is that going to be? Like how much time do we actually have left?
I don't.
That's why I think
yeah, I don't think it's very long. It's been respecting this trend line. It's been, you're seeing like twitches in price on lower time frames before what I think would be eventual explosion.
I mean, since you drew that top trend line?
Yeah, that was 2022. Let's go back.
You drew that top trend line to the next coordinate, and then since that, we've bounced on it 2 times and failed on it.
3 rejections.
The trend line, you created the trend line off the second coordinate, right?
Oh yeah.
So
twice.
To me, the way I look at so, and then the bottom one, I can't see. It looks like it's connected.
It's just 2 touches now, but.
Oh, okay. So we did. So you can go from there to there to 1 touch. Yeah, I don't know if we have to touch the stupid bottom one again or whatever, but yeah, I think overall, I don't know. I was thinking about this the other day because for me, I was thinking about Litecoin and CRV, and I think last time I went on, I said like, oh, it's not the time for me to be. It was after the crash, or it's not the time for me to be basically switching my CRV for Litecoin now when it's the most oversold. So I think considering Litecoin was doing so well beforehand and outperforming a lot of alts right before we had that crash, it wouldn't be surprising for me if you know, if altcoin just holds its relative strength but doesn't necessarily be the instant leader out of it. You know, I would think. To me, I was thinking about it, and it just seems like basically someone shuffled the deck, and a lot of alts that were too strong, like say like XRP, sold off enough for them to be relevant again, and for the eyes to go back to them. So for me, it almost seemed like, oh, now there's just more eyes on all sorts of really good alts.
Yeah.
You know, and now the eyes are going to be back off Litecoin. So Litecoin's performance against others won't be the best. I don't think it'll be like one of the top ones, but I think its overall relative strength, I think it has a good chance of holding the base. And then when we get, I don't know if it's the next wave or whatever, it gets outperformed, and then it just holds steady, and then, you know, similar Litecoin fashion where it runs up when, say, others are weak, and then maybe we get that final breakout of Bitcoin or whatever, and then maybe that's when we get outperformed by Litecoin.
Yeah, it's always tough to judge relative strength for me. I thought like other things sold off way harder, so of course like people are going to be more attracted to those. But I think we need like a couple weeks to gauge whether Litecoin's lost relative strength or it resumes. Because it didn't sell off as much, and therefore it didn't bounce as hard.
Right. I think it's actually, to me, it looks good, but I just wouldn't expect. I wouldn't expect it to immediately be the leader again or immediately bounce back up. I think it now, because of its recent outperformance, we're probably in for some type of consolidation. Like for me, example, that's what I was saying. You know, it probably would be smarter for me to sell my Litecoin for CRV, and then on this next leg up to dump my CRV and wait to buy Litecoin on the next leg. Because for me, that's what I'm probably thinking. Whatever next leg altcoins have, I'd say Litecoin just holds steady, and it's not going to be one of the shining ones, and builds a base so that the following leg, which actually say it's a 1-2 into the highs. Oh, I would say then the wave 3 breaking through highs on Bitcoin is when we'd probably have the Litecoin
that makes sense.
Show its strength. That's just my guess, you know. Yeah. I'm not sure in any regard, but
makes sense.
I'd be sick if it just ripped right up to the highs, and so did my CRV. And
I know.
All my bags pumped at the same time, but it seems like they're kind of swapping back and forth, and it's probably just altcoins and rotations and stuff like that. And I'm just paying attention to it more nowadays.
Yeah, it'll be interesting for sure. I don't know whether this takes months or a few weeks. It'll be interesting when the government opens back up, and if we get these altcoin ETFs, what happens? Because everyone's kind of forgot about that, it seems like.
What sucks is now it's just like there was a chance that Litecoin was just the third ETF approved after Bitcoin and Litecoin, or after Litecoin was the first or the third one after Bitcoin and Ethereum. And then now that they did the stupid freeze, it's like when they unfreeze, are they just going to do a barrage?
Yeah, probably.
You know, Solana, XRP, or whatever, and then it loses. It's kind of like, oh, it was the third one, you know, Litecoin, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I know that if people just diversify into all of them, Litecoin will pump way harder. Because it's the only altcoin ETF that is relatively low market cap, and I think on the supply side, it's
limited supply. Yeah, it has the recipe for sure.
Well, it's just the fact that on the 3-month time frame, volatility is so compressed, and you have had accumulation. For everyone that I know, I'm even attracted to buying it here. I'd be buying if I could. But I wouldn't buy it if it already had a move like XRP had. I definitely would not be accumulating Litecoin at $400. like people are kind of doing for XRP, I'd be looking for just holding or looking at something else.
Yeah.
There has to be other people that think like that, like that would not want to buy something that's already had a 500% move.
I think
I don't know. Unless traders.
Well, most people don't want to do that. I think it's hard. Honestly, it's harder for you to buy those ones, and those usually are the ones that will continue to outperform. Like it's harder to buy XRP when it pumps up X amount. But yeah, it doesn't mean that it's not going to necessarily outperform whatever else you're looking at. I think it's just hard holding Litecoin. Period. You know, they really make it hard on you.
Yeah. So, in general, that should flush out weaker hands. And I'm sure there's so many people that were holding it back in 2022 after outperform pre-halving that have dumped it all. And I'm sure there's a lot of long-term holders that have given up and chased other things. So, yeah, whenever demand comes, we should be good. But
yeah, see, like looking at this, like, what is this, the 200 on the weekly? Or no, it's not even. That's the 200, that's the 100. It's the 50-day on the weekly. That's what we've kind of wicked into it again, wicked once, wick, another wick. And we haven't touched it again. So technically, if everyone's going to view it like this consolidation is the same as effectively the last two consolidations, then it pretty much wicked whatever major support below the 50. And that would be all the way down here at 98.5. So for people, I guess that makes sense. For people calling 98.5 or whatever, I guess I see.
Ben Cowan's like bull market support band. It's the 50 moving average.
Okay, there you go. That makes sense for the last two times. But I usually think it's going to outperform it. Like, what is this on the weekly? I would say that's what we want to get above on this week's close.
There'd be a lot of people scared to buy if we went down to that level.
110. There you go. But bless you. That's what we want to hold on this weekly candle. Above 110. And then, so we'll see. I think I laid out my plan. I laid it out on, I think, Twitter. I've been kind of tracking it, quote tweeting or whatever.
Nice.
But
well, your short-term guesses have been, or not guesses, but trade setups have been good. So
yeah, we'll see. So that's where I'm on the fence. Where, you know, that's my theory. We could come back down, but then that's where I'm like, if we hit that, it's such an obvious amount of support. Like we probably get a bounce there, but then I'm more likely looking at that level for 98 or whatever. And it seems like a lot of people are looking at that, but then there's quite a few people looking at 104. So I don't know. I just kind of playing that we front run both of them if we're actually going to have the strength to push to a new high. That's what I'd say.
Yeah. Oh, you see any odds of just massive? I think if crypto gets enough momentum, that it'll attract capital from equities and gold, silver. Like the fact that those have all rallied and are now like in parabolic stages, I would assume people have massive profits and looking for something that hasn't, rallied very hard. That's what people do within crypto, and after Bitcoin pumps, they look for something else that's in accumulation zone and rotate profits. So maybe it is unlike previous cycles where crypto topped before equities. Maybe it's the inverse. This time we're trickling down into smaller asset classes.
It could be, but I mean that's a lot of that. But I don't think many people think that equities will top out before Bitcoin.
Yeah,
and we get that rotation.
That is credible, I guess.
Does he think that?
He just posted about it today. I don't know. He thinks it's a possibility, but I don't know. It's hard to gauge.
I sent you my tweet from November 16th, 2022. This was my theory that I had.
That's
we'll see if it
interesting. That
pans
might
out.
be right. Because it's the opposite of what the majority would expect. Not that that is always the best thing to do, but it's pretty contrarian idea. I think people are kind of now at the point where they're seeing everything else rally, and you're seeing capitulation from crypto people into the stock market, into gold and silver. It would be max pain to finally get the rotation after nobody really expects alt season.
Maybe that's the only way we get the liquidity. You know, that's the stock market tops, and maybe gold pulls. I don't know. As far as the relationship with crypto and gold, I've never.
Yeah,
It's hard for me to speculate on that. Yeah, so I would say maybe we get the, if we do get that stock market top, and then Bitcoin's actually been moving differently and longer than other cycles, and this was actually just more of like an accumulation rally, I guess. I don't know how to call it, but it's been kind of been moving like that, and a lot of alts have certainly been moving in that pattern. And then we have gotten the SEC regulation. This was back when we had Gensler and all that, and then we're able to get more. It seems like we're in the process of kind of getting mass adoption. But yeah, I'd say for me, that's like how I've always kind of thought. My theory is that Bitcoin is basically a proxy for digital dollar acceptance, and then we get the digital dollar, and then we get another bubble. But I don't know, maybe that's their way, the Ponzi-nomics, somehow to try to get rid of the deficit. It's talked about it, so.
Yeah, I think they'll try whatever they can. I mean, it's another avenue for offloading debt for sure.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe we can get a huge rotation, and maybe that's how we get the liquidity to have like a selective alt season. And
selective. My thoughts from the start of this bull market were that it would be on par with 2017 or bigger. We haven't seen it yet.
That was mine too. You should have seen all my charts that I used to post. But it was basically, I pretty much followed the 2017 roadmap all the way up to, I think it was a 786. And then I also had a timeline. It deviated from the timeline, and then it started changing the price action up. And then I just kind of dropped that theory because it changed quite a bit from how it was originally going. But it did work for a long time on the way up to almost two new highs. But yeah, from then on, I've kind of dropped it. The only thing I hold of value looking at previous cycles is the 2.272 and wondering how the heck we get to that. Because I do believe we will get to that eventually before crypto's over. So is it this cycle?
What is that like target?
It's like 400.
Oh, okay.
I've always called it 420.
Yeah.
Because then we did this to top at 69K, and 420K would be perfect.
Poetic.
It would be, yeah.
For the biggest meme market in history. Top
Yeah.
420.
And that's it. Yeah. That's it for crypto.
Yeah, it's done. Dude.
That'd be phenomenal. Or at least Bitcoin.
Well, gold moved multiples of Bitcoin's market cap in like a few months, so.
Yeah, but it was already. That's true. Yeah, no, it shows the possibilities, and people wonder like, oh, where's the money going to come from? And it's always it's gonna come from somewhere. It doesn't necessarily have to come from that wasn't even a rotation. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that was a rotation out of anything into gold, right?
It doesn't seem like it. I mean, I think it's
a lot of money.
China buying, China central banks buying, China. Yeah, I mean, that's what people were saying at the beginning of 2022. Is like, there's no money out there. It was all printed during COVID, but it was just people were all holding cash, and then over time capitulated into going long equities and long everything.
It doesn't take much.
Yeah.
I guess just the narrative has to be sold. I mean, for you, I know your thesis, but like for my thesis, it's basically the narrative just has to be sold. for the gold silver, and then the boomers have to buy into that and have a way to access it and have like meaningful inflows, maybe into the ETF. You know.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be opening up Coinbase.
We need marginal buying of Litecoin over other things to continue. I still think we have relative strength. This recent correction against alts was way, like the whole alt market dumped way harder. And usually after the corrections, the Litecoin against alts like also dipped way harder. So it's like maintained higher lows. My thinking is that this relative strength is like still intact, and we just haven't had a breakout above the highs. But once we do, that's when the narrative will. We just need price action to confirm the narrative or validate it. And crypto is so reflexive that the higher the price, the higher the demand. And we're starting at almost zero. There's zero interest in Litecoin except people that own it. Or bought it last cycle, or bought it in 2017. So, I think within a month and a half, we break out.
It's possible. I don't know. I need to work on I have no idea with timelines. Especially when we start hitting a consolidation phase like this. Because I'm trying to be more flexible than I've been in the past consolidations and be more quick to flip my bias. That's why I've zoomed in on the LTF and I'm trying to be quick with my reads and get a bias, but still I'm going to have my LTF, support and resistance in lines in the sand drawn. But until those get met, I've been trying to be more reflexive and get something out of the market in the meantime.
Since the bottom in November, we've spent, each time we came down and tested this ascending trend line, it spent far less time. And I think that's just natural when you're reaching an equilibrium between buyers and sellers. So I don't think it's going to take longer than 2 months. If Litecoin holds $90 or around here, that we're not going to spend another 3 months on the bottom. Maybe we fail again to break out of the highs, but the odds, I think, exponentially improve the more times you test the upper side of resistance. So we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's that ceiling is a lot lighter. I mean, that ceiling is pretty hard. That descending trend line basically is a pretty hard ceiling that we've been running up against, but I feel like it's the open air behind it and the support we've had for this long multi-year consolidation on top of a, what is it, like a 6-year, 5, whatever year consolidation.
Yeah.
I would say, the floor. You can flip it upside down and say the floor's more off to break out.
Yeah. Well, thanks for your updated thoughts. I appreciate it. I hope your short-term prediction is right. I think it's unique because your analysis isn't like following anyone else's, so I take it more seriously.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope so too, but who knows? I mean, that's why I usually try to. It's been nice when you write everything down, because then you can go back and be like, oh, I was, feeling like if this point broke here and I didn't get the buyers don't support in this price, then this price seems more likely. The odds that this price goes up, and then for me, it's like time and the amount of consolidating we're doing. Then I can be more opt to change my mind and think like, okay, like a decent amount of buyers here. I can expect possibly with the weak price action here, I could possibly expect a flush, but I still think there's too many orders here for people to get filled. So if we truly are bullish, then let me look for somewhere in between, and that's basically that. So I would say this is potentially the bottom of the range, like previously before we wicked. And then, from here, we can go ahead and test that 115. Because then if we do this, that makes more sense. Because then if we fail from here, then we're more apt to break down from this level, which I think would be more logical because, yeah, moving straight to this and bouncing, I think is unlikely. I would say, you know, buyers will step in before there. We'll go up to test that kind of the equilibrium. And then from there we can fail and then test here, because this bounce from here should have more weight to it because it's kind of a do or die line for a lot of people. And it should be a pretty quick liquidation back down to that 98 area that a lot of people are looking at. But for me, this is just way more support. So if we broke through that and ran that, I don't know. I'd be more worried. Yeah, I'd be more worried, especially to do that for the third time. Like, this is the third time we're going to do it in a row. Looks a little sketch, but
you just have to be spot selling too, because there's really not much. There's way less leverage here. There's way less leverage in Litecoin than when it went down to $64 in April. Like, significantly less. So
yeah.
1.5 million open contracts. Now there's 1 million. So it's like a 30% reduction in.
It's a nice haircut. Yeah.
Then when we were at $63. So I don't know, that and volume, that's been pretty high at the lows here. I don't know. Yeah, anything's possible. I just don't see how we get a liquidation flush unless it's just not possible. We can see spot selling in Bitcoin and that drag the rest of the market down. But I think even if Bitcoin broke down, I don't buy the idea that like all altcoins just get hit way harder. There's a way. Eventually that correlation is going to break. It's hard to break it, but
yeah, I'd say eventually that's going to break for good.
Yeah.
Because to me, like long term, I think certain altcoins will be very valuable. And it's not like people do it now, but I feel like it's mainly crypto people that are measuring SPX against gold, you know? And I think that's become a more popular thing, but it's not something that everyone was looking at for a long time. So it's like, how long are we going to have to do that with the market? Or like, how long are we going to have to measure crypto against equities? And how long are we going to have to measure alts against Bitcoin? Like,
yeah,
there'll be relevant times and other times it won't be. But I think long term, it shouldn't be like the most relevant.
It kind of sucks that it's like the simplest analysis has worked. And I think it's just because of everyone following it. It becomes a self-fulfilling thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I obviously didn't spend enough time focusing on that. But hopefully now that everyone's focusing on it, it won't matter anymore on the good side of it.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think because Ben Cowan's been he's like more popular than he's ever been because of the recent calls.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of hopefully peak certain things, like peak precious metals for a while, peak Bitcoin dominance charts, you know, like hopefully we can see things flip in a good way.
All right, cool. Well, what else? What do you got to do now? What time is it? 8?
It's 7:20 for me, but we're gonna just do the nightly routine for my daughter here.
Nice. Is she still scared of the house catching on fire? She get over that?
A little bit.
Oh, nice.
But there was another scare recently with her school, so.
Dang, these schools.
So, I know, these schools. It turned out to being nothing, but you know, everyone's on edge with certain things for good reasons. So.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thanks again. I appreciate it.
All right, it was good having me on. I'm sure I'll hop on again soon sometime.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. Whenever.
All right, man.
All right. Have a good night. Take it easy.
All right. Thank you. You too.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. That was some good short-term analysis because Nick's short-term TA is pretty good. Obviously, it's really hard to predict short-term there's never 100% odds in anything. But he's been pretty correct. I like when they disagree with my ideas. I've been wrong, so I don't know. It's just hard for me to ignore the volatility compression against all these bears and not think what's been happening isn't going to just repeat with you know, this massive rally against everything, massive correction, another rally. In percentage terms, they've all been about the same. This was to the 618. I don't know if you take the, like, this went almost 100% of the move, but not quite. And this one's recent correction so far is like just to the 786. If we can maintain strength here. And it's the same against the dollar. We have narrowing volatility even, well, since the start of the altcoin bull market, or since August of 24. So hopefully the structure remains intact. This to me looks like a 5-wave move higher and then a running flat type correction. Yeah, master LTC others is so tight. There is a lot of compression. I think Litecoin's compression is more like organic than almost anything else. Far less ask side liquidity on all these exchanges. Like Coinbase is extremely skewed. There's like 3x the bid side depth than the ask side. OKX as well, right? 2 million in asks, 800,000 in, or 2 million bids, 800,000 in asks within 2%. So this looks skewed. Let's compare Zcash. Similar, but Bitcoin Cash more 1-to-1. Huh, how do these charts look bearish? This looks like the consolidation we saw before. Relative strength and Litecoin at the lows. It's very similar. Against all of these. It doesn't look like it's weakening momentum and gonna roll over back to the lows.
I ain't need a crowd to clap, I know my sound. Watch them rise on noise, then come crashing down.
Looks more like this over a compressed time frame.
When the lights fade out, I'm still around. They loud on the stage, but hollow in the soul. I'm silent in the work, turning pressure.
I don't know. I think we're gonna go vertical. This is interesting on the 1 hour time frame. We haven't seen this much dramatic variation or volatility on the 1 hour ever. I'm not seeing that in other assets. It's interesting.
They move fast, I move right. Now it shows. Every timeline preaching a prophecy. Every feed got a new monopoly. Same pitch, same face, same lottery. Different coin, same mockery. They don't love tech, they love trends. They don't see through, they just spend. They hype what they don't comprehend. And it'll all come back to silence again, yeah. They fade with the noise, I stay. Been here for the change, I don't chase. When the hype gets loud and the charts all move, I stay calm. I already knew. They fade with the noise, I'll keep my ground. You can sell the dream, I'll build the sound. When the lights go black and the hype runs down, I'm still here, same crown. They gon' say they call, they gon' act like they plan. Buying hope from a stranger's hand. Whole world spinning off dopamine plans. I seen this before, I just stand. Cause hype don't last and greed don't build
Alright guys, I'll probably be done here. Thanks for hanging out. We can bounce from here. Send it home, guys. Send it.
Every timeline preaching a prophecy. Every feed got a new monopoly. Same bitch, same face, same lottery. Different coins, same mockery. They don't love tech, they love trends. They don't see through, they just spend. They hype, but they don't comprehend. And it'll all come back to silence again. They fade with the noise. I stay, been here for the change. I don't chase when the hype gets loud and the charts all move. I stay calm, I already knew. They fade with the noise. I keep my ground. You can set a dream, I'll build a sound. When the lights go black and the hype runs down, I'm still here. Same crown. They gon' say they call, they gon' act like they plan. Buying hope from a stranger's hand. Whole world spinning off dopamine plans. I've seen this before. I just stand, cause hype don't last and greed don't build. Faith gets tested when the charts stand still. They scream to the moon, I breathe, I chill. Truth don't change.
We still have negative funding rates here.
When it's mania, they all wanna talk. When it's quiet, they all disappear. That's how you know.
And this price action does not look like what we saw back here before we broke lower. It looks more like this capitulation, a move up, right, and then a retest here. Maybe come and retest this trend line before breaking back higher. Like if price was grinding sideways like this, it'd be scary. But it honestly looks more like the bottom we put in previous times.
When it's quiet again. Yeah. It's a minute, but the ground remember. Now everything's waking up. I planted in the quiet when no one cared to look. Watered down with faith that the seasons took. Every way was a whisper saying not yet, bro. And the roots I built and hold me now below. They chase the fruit, I learned the soil.
What's up, Sonny? See us going up from 90? Yeah, we'll see. I don't know, maybe we break down to retest. High 80s. The 1618 is 85, but I don't know, we can bottom at $90. We'll wait and see. I just can't stop staring at these pair charts. It looks like it's gonna be this absolute waterfall drop off. They all look the same to me. Everyone keeps calling the top one gold. Who knows in parabolic trends how high and long this can rally. Definitely wouldn't buy it. Nothing in a parabolic trend like this makes sense to buy. We're on a weekly 9. We were talking about this before, but we've at least gotten some type of consolidation. Most of the time it was pretty extended, so it was like 5+ weeks here. This was 2 months, a little bit over 2 months. And then this was 112 days. So every time we've been on a weekly 9, it has consolidated it. The shortest time was a few weeks, like 2-3 weeks. But yeah, I think we're at peak, at least time to consolidate. This is like 100% hit rate. And we're at 2 months from a monthly 9. Another one, third one in a row. We're on a yearly 9 as well. That's pretty scary for gold. I honestly think metals are not going to be remonetized in this blow off. What? It will lose its monetary relevance once people see the future we're actually heading into. The Peter Schiff got his moment in the spotlight. Bitcoin maxis had their time. Now it's gonna be our turn. I'm ready for this to absolutely blast all-time highs. Why does it show January 26th? It skipped a candle. We're technically still in the 9. No. We go from 24 to 26. I don't know. This setup, this type of chart structure has led to the most bullish outcomes. It's the same thing that I saw in TLT 2008-09. It was in this quantum stock. It's not identical, but it's very similar. In ETH Bitcoin, it retraced like it did make new lows in 2015 before absolutely blowing out those prior all-time highs. This initial rally up, consolidation, lower high, and then rip. And it usually happens vertically whenever this breaks out. So where's the rest of this? It would be nice for a vertical blow off above the highs. Running flag correction.
It's that part where nobody talking, but you still hear it breathing. Pressure don't make a sound till it cracks out. Yeah. Whole market been holding his call. Ain't dead, just pause. Like God, his style. Everybody left when it got too calm. I stayed, I learned what quiet cost. Yeah, ain't no hype, just hums in the basement. Block stack slow like patience. Charge flat line, but my faith in it. I'm used to the room getting vacant. They laugh when you build and the drop till they need what you build to get out. Pressure don't warn you, it whispers. One tick, then the whole thing flips. Now I've been tucked in the calm too long. Yeah, can feel the walls start singing songs. Yeah, they don't see heat till it fall they lands. They don't see the flash till it's gone. Yeah, pressure point, we close. Whole world leaning on his post. You can call it still, I call it low. Oh, 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 oh. Quiet, don't be froze. They scroll past proof like ads. Call faith delusion. Call time sad, but time stack stats. I watch the math and pressure build when nobody asks. Yeah. So yeah, keep saying it's over. That's cool. Even the grave can hold breath before the shoulder twitch. Pressure point, and the twitch just hit.
What's up, Brandon? What's the drop off in the pair charts mean? I don't know. I just interpret this as volatility compression. Like each rally that we've had has been shorter in price magnitude, shorter in time, and we're just compressing between these two trend lines. So my expectation is we're going to break out here, given the fundamental strength. Some of the speculative catalysts that we've been talking about forever. Compression usually leads to expansion. So I think the most of the market is not, they're looking at smaller time frames or, you know, smaller fundamental catalysts. Like, I think they're missing the whole story. Same with Bitcoin. They're all focusing on stuff that won't matter long term. I'm looking at the most zoomed out potential structure by focusing on the fundamental value prop and the macro context. The macro environment we're entering. But I do think regardless of how you look at it from a technical perspective, it's volatility compression. And like, I'll just keep it simple. This has historically never happened in crypto. We've never seen 4 years of this type of ascending triangle type structure play out. If you ignore the wicks, this is one of the statistically like highest probability classical chart patterns to resolve in a, to the upside in this case. It's happened a lot in crypto in 2017, 18. This large move down. I know for a lot of people they don't think we'll get a huge move out of here, but within the context of everything I know, I think it's one of the most explosive crypto's ever seen. To me, it has the most compelling fundamental story. Just that narrative doesn't exist in the public's minds. They never do. Narratives never, fundamental thesis, like, never makes sense until after price moves. Then everyone repeats it. There are those that say that AI stands inevitability, but not the builders in the Bitcoin world. Exactly, Aaron. I like that you're quoting that song quite a bit lately. So we have a lot of things that point to upside. So I think if the $90 lows or around here holds, we'll see something like this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna head out for real now. Our last thing, you know what I think is funny? Is that if governments hoard, governments are the most insolvent entities on the planet. And they need to buy what the population will accept, or they have to force the population through violence to accept their money. But if they all just stack gold and silver and then nobody wants it, and the market naturally is able to, resist government capture, this crypto market, and evolve, they'll just be holding worthless bags that nobody will take. They'll have to, governments always used to historically have to stack and hold in reserve the money that the economically productive population would take. And so if this stuff, this cryptocurrency really lowers the cost of resistance over the next decade, I think. Instead of operating from this point of like total power and control, they're forced to compete and serve the population instead of dominate them. And make deals with individuals that create a lot of wealth. So I wouldn't want to hold things that all these governments are hoarding. I'd want what the information-based economy migrates to. And it will have to be something that can actually resist, allows privacy. Yeah, I don't give a I don't care if governments want to buy Bitcoin or whatever. It doesn't do anything to the long-term price. The only thing that does is monetary adoption by people at the margins that just decide to opt out. So we need better privacy tools. Once the state blows itself up, loses credibility. We'll see what the population moves to. It'll be a war. It'll be scary. They'll take people hostage, governments. Most people will support it. Yeah, they will try to make you use what they want you to use. That's the whole point of permissionless money. That's why I think it's such a meme in Bitcoin that they call it permissionless when it's never even been tested. They don't know how it achieves permissionlessness. Everything's everything in a permission system that's permitted, you can say is permissionless. It doesn't mean anything until it's actually, you know, attempted to be stamped out by governments. Then you know if it's permissionless or not. Yeah, there's a certain amount of demand for metals that is used in the production of things we consume, but nowhere near a level of demand that would support a $20 trillion gold market. Money is the most valuable thing, and if it loses the monetary premium, yeah, it'll be worth 95% less. Right now it's a popularity contest. Everyone's betting on what's going to be the new money, and gold was historically that, but I think it failed when it couldn't resist capture. The cost of resistance was way too high. Market just took the paper. They had no ability with this like evolving industrial economy. It needed faster something that can move faster. So I think Bitcoin chains can compete where gold failed. But all the gold bugs think it never failed, and they assume a reserve currency was like somehow kept governments in check, and it never did. That's what they don't understand. Now it's just a speculative asset mostly. People hoard it. Can't wait to watch Bitcoin retrace this whole move. Alright guys, have a good night. I'm gonna be done. Lummis, that lady is confused. Alright guys. See you later.